since I'll be here all night, just make me co-host.
Yeah.
We had Ben in the weekend and didn't really want him to leave.
Yeah.
He probably didn't care, but
Yeah, I know. I think my daughter's fiance is probably, oh my God, if they would just move down here. What are you gonna do? Bigger house, that's what they get.
The bunny lift and from the top of the hill. We started with the ski, pushing ourselves around, and we went to the other ski, pushing ourselves around.
It's really tan.
Yeah. It was their ski lesson day yesterday.
Oh, you can tan here.
I got tan here.
Wow, okay.
Yeah, tan up in Granby, giving a lesson that.
Work
It was
session
required
test,
time.
work session test. No squeal. Stop the squeal.
Stop the
The
squeal.
squeal.
Stop the squeal.
The guy that won. was
Sorry.
Sorry. Stop the squeal. I wish I'd come up with that much earlier. Stop the squeal.
This micro.
Hello, I'm here. Can anyone hear me?
Andy, it's Veronica. I can hear you. Remoting in.
My background.
Sonoma,
Andy, can you
okay.
hear us? If so, can you just let us know?
Now,
Great.
All
Oh,
right.
good. We got you.
Thanks. We're gonna stay muted until right up until 4.
okay.
There he is. Hey, Andy. Good to see
How you
you.
doing?
Thanks. You?
I'm okay.
Good.
Where are you?
I'm at home. I'm just solo parenting at the moment. So, but my kid's at Taekwondo right now. He'll be home and, then I'll have to double duty.
We get it. Thanks for joining us. We good.
Mr. Mayor, you are on mic and recording.
Excellent. A little bit after 4, we will start the work session for the Frisco Town Council, March 14th. Can you do a roll call, please?
Aronson,
Here.
Burley, on her way but absent at the moment. Held,
Here,
Palenko,
Here,
Inkin, not here, absent at the moment. Mortensen,
Here.
Skripchuk, Adrian, absent at the moment.
Great. Thank you. First up was an agenda item number 1, and this is 1041 regulations, and we'll turn it over to the town attorney. Ed, take it away.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will. I'm going to start with the punchline. Tell you that at the end of this discussion, I shall have no recommendation for you whatsoever. Neither will I be able to tell you the fiscal impact of any such regulations on the town or what number of staff members it will take and the like. And I'm starting out by telling you that in the hopes that this will be a fairly high level discussion at this point. To sort of introduce you to what 1041 regulations are, give you a little bit of history on those regulations or the authority to adopt those regulations on the part of counties and cities, to give you some idea of the scope of the regulatory authority, what is it that we can regulate, a little bit on the how, and then a bit of talk on process. If the council ultimately decides it wants to go down the road to doing 1041 regulations, what you need to understand first is that there is a process dictated by the state statute. And while it is not terribly complex, it's a little tedious, right? It requires that you prepare some regulations first and then look at them and talk about them in a meeting and then decide whether you're going to provide notice to the world that you care to adopt some. And then that notice has to be, certain amounts of time, et cetera, et cetera. So we'll talk about that a little bit. We'll also talk about the fact that these regulations, if adopted, essentially will require the governing body of the municipality make decisions. And while it's a little bit different, right? And often in land use context, there'll be a planning commission decision that may be final, or there may be a planning commission decision that is a recommendation of a final decision on the part of the council, and the council finally makes it. In this instance, all the state statute would allow is a recommendation by the planning commission, and the ultimate decision would need to be made typically by the council or an authority that was appointed under local ordinance. Typically, those authorities are the governing body themselves, just like our liquor authority, for instance, is the governing body. So I want to talk about that just a little bit. And then I want to talk just a little bit about pragmatics. And by I'll give you a preview on the pragmatics. The adoption of these sorts of regulations, and I think we all know, I think this is all primarily in the context of talking about, would we like to designate site selection of state highways as a matter of statewide interest and adopt regulations, and frankly, for lack of a better word, help guide CDOT in doing its job here within the jurisdictional boundaries of the town, right? I mean, that's, I think, what we're ultimately talking about. There, frankly, as we go through the list, you'll see there's not a lot of other opportunities in the town of Frisco, right? There's we're not getting proposals for regional sewer treatment plants, although you might like to get one, right? And have some regulations to deal with that, but that's not likely to happen. So we're really talking about CDOT. So with that as a base understanding and as a preview to the discussion of pragmatics, what I would tell you is that adoption of these sort of regulations may well be a way to influence people. It's not a way to make friends. Just understand that. People that you are regulating will not enjoy this process when, frankly, they consider it their job to to consider these kinds of things and make these decisions for themselves, to put it that way. So with that as background, just a little bit of legislative history. I was just basically telling everyone what I'm going to tell you, so you have a whole lot.
Sound good.
Yeah, some history on 1041 to start with. 1041, legislature enacted House Bill 1041 in 1974. It's now codified under Title 24 of the revised statutes. It's funny, I said in my memo, in keeping with a peculiar habit in Colorado, because this really doesn't happen in a lot of other places. Many people continue to refer to statutes by its House Bill number and regulations adopted under the authority of the statute as House Bill 1041 regulations. That was 50 years ago almost, and we still refer to it by the House Bill, not regulation of matters of statewide concern. So it's a strange habit we have in the state, but it is ours. This was adopted in the 1970s at a time of rapid growth. And a time not just of rapid growth, but of very anti-growth sentiment. Those who were not in Colorado at the time may well have heard stories about, you know, the Olympics are coming, the Olympics are coming. And then a petition, you know, that was the push of the state, the governor and the like. And a petition was passed around and there was an election, and no, the Olympics were not coming because the fear and the thought was, if we build it, they're going to come. And the thought was very much at that time, we don't want them to come. Well, as it turned out, we didn't build it and they came nonetheless. But at any rate, just a little bit of sort of historical context, I guess, for the adoption of these regulations. The legislature was concerned that traditional zoning and subdivision tools used by local governments might not be adequate to fully address the impact caused by a number of specific development activities, or to adequately protect and plan for development in certain physical areas. And House Bill 1041 was an outgrowth of that concern. In its original form, it gave authority to essentially a state commission, right, the Colorado Land Use Commission, to adopt and enforce the regulations authorized by the act. In its final form, that authority was granted to counties and municipalities only. It gave that land use office sort of review and commentary and recommendation making authority, and that was it. Over time, the functions of that office at a state level became less and less. There were fewer and fewer people in it. Finally, it was down to 1 or 2 staff members, and I can't remember which year, 2005. And at that time, the legislature just completely eliminated the Land Use Commission from the process and said, basically, your municipalities and counties, you're on your own. You can do it on your own. So as you have gathered at this point, the act authorizes counties and municipalities to designate and adopt regulations for the administration of any of a list of areas and activities of state interest, as being 2 distinct things: areas of state interest, activities of state interest. Excuse me. The act provides that once an activity or area is designated as one of state concern, it can be regulated under criteria found in the state statutes. Importantly, and primarily, I guess we should say, local governments under the statute can explicitly adopt more stringent regulations than what exist under the statutory criteria, and usually do. And in that instance, those more stringent criteria would rule. Upon adoption, the local government can deny the permit if the proposed activity doesn't comply with the local regulations. The regulatory authority is exercised primarily by counties, but there are municipalities in the state that have and do. You know, Breckenridge is among them. Idaho Springs is among them. Is there anybody else on that 70 corridors? Silverthorne's done it now. Blue River, correct. Blue River?
Yes.
But it
Wow.
actually worked to their great.
What's going on in Blue River that?
Chain up station.
Collection.
Yeah,
Gotcha. Yeah, okay.
punching above their weight a little bit.
Little. And maybe punching above their weight probably brings up a good point, so I'm gonna skip forward just a little bit. When you set up these regulations and you require an application, it requires a public hearing, and again, the statute dictates some of the procedures that will be out, the normal procedure. But anyway, it is a public hearing And it will be a quasi judicial decision, right? We've talked about quasi judicial decision making. The issue that raises in terms of punching above your weight, or I guess what I would call it, administrative force that is able to be applied is, okay, we have these set of regulations. Let's just say CDOT is going to expand the highway and comes in and makes an application. And it's a long list of criteria. It's a long list of submittal requirements, be they studies, whatever you like. And we can look at, did you get a chance to look at El Paso County's regulations?
Not.
Okay, that's okay. They're very intense. We'll look at them in a minute. My point is, when you have an applicant for a quasi judicial decision and they bring evidence into you in support of your criteria, you desire not to approve that application, you best have the staff to get some evidence to the contrary together. Because what you don't get to do in the lack of any other evidence is simply say, we don't really believe that. No way can that be the traffic impacts. No way can that be this is going to have a much greater detrimental impact on the town. You better carry in the evidence, because if you deny them on that basis and we don't have the evidence in support of it, and CDOT decides, well, fine. CDOT gave up 10 years ago, right? They sued Idaho Springs, said, you can't regulate us in this way. We're a state actor. And went all the way to Supreme Court. The Supreme Court said, no, they can't. It's well within their authority. CDOT or anyone else who is regulated who doesn't like the decisions, next tact after you don't have the authority is to say, this was an arbitrary and capricious decision because it was not supported by competent evidence on the record. Your Honor, look, all the evidence that was presented in support of each of these criteria was only on our side, and staff didn't say anything other than, we don't believe it. You can't just say we don't believe it, right? You have to come in with your own contrary traffic studies, or at least your own contrary conclusions. Let's say if the standard is compatibility with surrounding land uses, for instance, and they've given you 10 paragraphs on how it's compatible, and we've said nothing other than we don't believe it, the court's going to say, too bad, you don't believe it. You come up with the evidences to the incompatibility, make a finding based on that, and then I will uphold your decision. So when you say punching above your weight, if we're going to get into this regulatory arena, we should be ready for those who present evidence that would support a decision that we don't want to make. So we'll have to come up with some of our own evidence. With that said, I just wanted to jump in. Page 2 of the memorandum lists the statutory areas of state interest. Again, this is not likely anything that we would be able to utilize. Mineral resource areas, natural hazard areas, maybe. We've got a little bit of slopes in town, but not a ton. Areas containing or having significant impact upon historical, natural, or archaeological resources of statewide importance. I can't think of any right off the top of my head. And then areas around key facilities in which development may have a material effect upon the key facility or surrounding communities. Activities of state interest. Here's.
Before you move on, can I ask you a quick question on this?
Yes.
So this is, it's really at the state level and geared towards state actors. Like, for example, we are surrounded by Forest Service land. This is not something that we can require federal agencies to come in and do, right?
These regulations stop at our borders. Anything that happens inside our borders, yes. So to the extent that we have some of that property within it, but the federal government's not stupid.
Yeah,
they're just going to take that little section out and then go do what they want on their own property. So yes, this only goes to our
clear
borders.
about that.
Yeah, I was and I made a joke, I think, before we arrived about one of the areas of activity. I'm sorry, one of the activities of state interest is site selection and construction of major new domestic water and sewage treatment systems. Kind of makes you wish maybe somebody would need to do that within our jurisdictional boundaries, doesn't it? Or maybe it might make you want to go out and annex real quick. So
to follow that thought, are counties considered a subset of the state?
I would, before I answer with 100% certainty, I would want to go look at the cases. But I believe that is correct, and I don't think the courts would make any distinction between CDOT as a state actor and a county as a quasi-state actor acting within the jurisdiction of municipality? Got it. The answer is, I think so. But I would want to look at the cases to make sure. I'm not sure it's been decided. I think we would derive that bill from the CDOT case with Dartmouth Springs.
She's worried about.
Sorry, I'm looking at
Nuclear-
number 9, yeah.
Yeah, we definitely regulate
Yeah,
that.
let's do that.
9 by
As the missiles coming.
nuclear destinations. We want to prevent that from happening on, let's say, granite block or something.
Yeah.
Sites like solid waste disposal site selection. Airport site selection of rapid or mass transit terminal stations and fixed guideways. So this would have put some, had we had regulations in place that were applicable for the transfer center, would have been for applicability. Site selection of arterial highways, interchanges and collector highways. That's what would give you the regulatory authority over state highway and CDOT's activities there.
That can nuts and bolts this just a little bit.
Sure.
And it's a great example, use the transit center.
Sure.
Had we put this into place before that was in play,
Right.
what would this have looked like? What would have been different in the process, not in the product? Because
What would have been different in the process? There would have been, because our zoning code would have applied, right? But there would have been a broader set of criteria on which to make the decision essentially. Well, because let's put it this way, from a zoning perspective, I don't think they needed any, that was public, it was zoned public. What they did there was a use by right. Right, so if they met the design criteria, they already met the use. Met the design criteria, met the height, met the setbacks. There was nothing for the town to say about, we don't think that's the appropriate location for a transit center, or we think that transit center needs to integrate with multimodal systems better than it does, or have you considered, when we get to the criteria for the transportation section, that the sample regulations have given you from the El Paso County 1041 regulations, you'll see about 20 ways to Sunday in which that proposal would have been examined differently than it is under our zoning.
I'll let you keep going, sir.
Sure, no, it's a good question. So site selection, arterial highways, collector highways, site selection and construction of major facilities of a public utility. I think so. If you wanted to regulate the sanitation district, frankly, in ways that we currently don't, beyond our rules about pipes and easements and the like, this would be a way to do that. I'm not sure why you would want to, but this would be a means. Site selection and development of new communities. Ooh, kind of got it. You'd have to annex your way there, though. That's the thing, right? Efficient utilization of municipal industrial water projects, and then, of course, the conduct of nuclear detonations. We do want a firm handle on that. So the second part of the memo is, the second part B, starting on page 3, is kind of dry. It is about the process that, and I talked with them about this briefly before you walked in, Councilor Burley, about that the state statute dictates, it's not complex, but it is a bit tedious, the process. You know, you've got to prepare the draft regulations first, you bring them to a public meeting, then the body makes a finding that they'd like to initiate designation of matters of state interest. So you notice that for not less than 30 or more than 60 of a public hearing about whether we're going to designate. I mean, it's not a 2-reading ordinance process. So that's really my point there. I don't want to belabor it. I've gone through some detail on the memo under initiating the process, public hearing for that initial process, you know, et cetera, et cetera. I'm wondering really if I talked with you about down at the bottom of page 4, the memo talks about the permit hearing and the fact that that's a quasi judicial decision. So we talked a little bit about that in the context of, you know, if we're going to do this, and once you look at these regulations, the substantive regulations, at least that El Paso County has adopted for site selection of arterial highways, you will see that this could be a very intense process, right? That requires not just substantial application on the part of CDOT, but some substantial in-house work and reviewing it and making staff recommendations and recommending conditions or opining on whether it meets the criteria, et cetera, et cetera. So with that, I think I'm going to turn briefly to the heart of the matter and open up the I'm sorry.
You may get to this and I may have missed
Yeah,
it.
no, please go ahead.
The complexity of the process that you were just describing is if we enact this and then we institute it on a particular project, right? Or is this-
Both. There is a detail and a method required by the statute for considering and adopting the regulations.
Right.
And then there is detail and process required by the statute for hearing applications.
Do you have to hear an application or,
Yes,
okay, so if we institute this provision.
Yeah.
And then a project comes along by the state or the county that would fall under this umbrella.
yes.
Is our first decision, do we want to be involved or not?
No, you're
We're in.
you're in.
Okay,
Because you required that the state make an application to staff and include a lot of submittal material, and eventually it will result in a public hearing.
Okay.
By the governing body. So just turning. Just a second. So turning to El Paso County's regulations, again, Article 1, they designate activities of state interest in this instance, site selection, construction of arterial highways, declarations of purpose, definitions, applicability, et cetera, et cetera. What I'd really like to focus on a little bit, because it gives you a much better sense of the process, is Article 2, which is application, submission requirements, and then the review criteria. That starts several pages into this document. Let me give you a page number. Bear with me.
It's like
Top of
10,
page.
middle of 10.
Well, let's look at permit application procedure. So application submission requirements, bottom of page 5, 8.201. List of all reasonable alternative corridor locations for the proposed arterial highway, including a no action alternative. For the proposed and each alternative corridor considered, including the no action alternative, the information specified below. So you've got a general description of the proposal. B, a discussion of social, economic, and environmental impacts. The level of analysis should be sufficient to adequately identify the impacts and appropriate mitigation measures and address known and foreseeable public concerns. There's more detail on this later, but that's kind of a big sentence for we're going to expand, we're going to add a bike lane. Right? Or maybe it's not, depending on your view. Excuse me. If proposed alternatives are affecting historic resources or resource impact areas, you've got special procedures. Description of noise abatement procedures, local stormwater drainage and water quality impacts of the proposed arterial highway, demographic information of the impact area, right? Current populations and density, total employment, occupation age. This is El Paso County. I'm not saying you have to adopt something like this, but as you can imagine, the CDOT planner is going through this list is getting a headache a little bit at this point, right? I mean, this is, I've got, I'm scrolling, I'm at 23 now. 23 separate paragraphs of submission requirements. Some of which seem to me have a lot to do with transportation. Some not so much. 16, the development potential that would result in the impact area and within the county with and without the completion of the proposed arterial highway, interchange, or collector highway, measured in terms of land values, land availability, land use controls, vacancy rates, tax revenues, and public expenditures, along with indices of accessibility to school, education, utility service, and other public and quasi-public services, local and regional amenities and employment opportunities, and the demographic indices indicated in paragraph 2 above. From a CDOT planner, mind you. So I guess my point is these regulations can be more or less intense. I think I said before you came in, Councilor Burley, that from a 50,000 foot level, my view of this is that you can certainly you can certainly adopt regulations that will influence people and the way they act. But you're not gonna make any friends, do you? And I don't know how good of friends we have now, and I worry that given more projects than money to complete them, given more projects than staff to plan for and complete them, that if CDOT has an option between doing a project now in a jurisdiction that doesn't have this process and putting off another one for later that does have the process, that you get put off for later. You can't, nothing you can do regulatorily will ever make CDOT come in here and build anything that they don't come in and propose to build, right? Now you can say, okay, but you can't build that unless you do this, because unless you do this, it doesn't meet this criteria. But you can't make them come in the first place. I think it's a real issue to think about.
If they wanted to do something that the town didn't want to happen, without putting in these regulations, is there any, like, can they just do whatever they want?
Within the
Or are
boundaries of their state highway, pretty much, yes.
Does this apply to something like a utility, like Excel Energy, who's acting on behalf of a large territory? For example, there's a proposed natural gas pipeline, which they want to bring right over Vale Pass and through Frisco.
Not under the category of site selection of arterial highways, under,
But under public utility,
yes. Yes,
That asset pipeline that they want to bring.
under, I'm scrolling through. Site selection and construction of major facilities of a public utility, absolutely.
That if I could,
Sir.
we also have to look at that we'll be working with CDOT for the interchange by Whole Foods over there. And if, Lake Hill ever happens. So not only doing that interchange, but also the sort of the rest of that gap of Summit Boulevard, where we're gonna end up collectively working on it. What you're saying is if we adopt these kinds of regulations, then even something like that, CDOT might just start turning towards other places that don't have regulations. Instead of
I think it's hard to opine in that specific of a context. I think that the more intense a regulatory system you have in place in one location versus another, all other things being equal, like administrators making decisions about where resources will be allocated might well consider. And I don't know why they wouldn't, frankly. It would. It was my money. I was the state of my money. If I was the state administrator, right, and I had limited funds, competing projects, and I had limited staff to do it, but would I admit that I did? Maybe not. But would I be making those decisions with some of that in the back of my mind? I probably would. And I'm not telling you it's not a reason to not. I'm not telling you it's a reason not to do it, Counselor. I want everybody's eyes wide open, and I want everyone to consider what our current relationship is with CDOT, what it's been. You know these things better than I, or town staff knows better than I.
Fair. And then to Jesse's point, if Excel is bringing, say, natural gas over Vale Pass and coming in through us, does it behoove us to have these kinds of regulations in place so we can manage that, or are we not really managing it? It's going to happen anyway.
I don't. I imagine you would like those regulations in place so that you can say no. But you want to say no based, I believe, not on demographic impacts or the impacts on your street or the like, but on impacts on the climate.
I don't think
Right?
that Jesse was here for that part of like, we can't just say no.
Well, no, she heard what I was saying about having to build a record on.
Oh, okay.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
We can't just
And I
say no without
generally
evidence in
know the
support of it.
background of it, yeah.
Okay.
But now I'm starting to consider the purpose and intent of these regulations. Could they really be used to say, no, because the burning of natural gas is bad for the climate and we don't want you running it through our town? I don't know.
Well, and I'm curious, back
Seems
in
like a stretch.
1970, that wasn't an area of, I mean, times have changed, right? Is there a possibility that, I mean, now that it's really pie in the sky, but that the evolution of 1041 regulations and what it could be applied to today could be challenged because climate change wasn't an issue in 1970?
No, that's my point, right?
Yeah, so you're saying it,
I question whether it would be found to be within the scope of regulations to deny for those kinds of reasons, right, for climate reasons. Other than, I mean, you see what are the societal impacts when you widen the road? And I think you'd probably look at that. What are the impacts on population demand, right? Is this going to cause more people to come here because they now have, heat readily available and the like? Okay, but is this now going to cause more gas to be burned and that's bad for the planet? I'd want to do a lot more thinking about it.
In that case, though, that would be one of our arguments. There's a much bigger financial argument around this to the citizens. In that particular case.
In terms of financial impact.
Well, it's a stranded asset the minute it gets built. And it's gonna be, it's for a purpose of a period of time, and therefore the Excel customers of today are gonna pay for that stranded asset. That's at least our current understanding of that.
Stranded in terms of will not pay for itself
It's
within its
obsolete the day
anticipated
it gets
lifetime.
built.
Yeah.
It's obsolete the day it gets built.
Won't ever return the capital it costs to put it in. Because of anticipated regulations.
But it extends the ability for Excel to meet demand for a short period of time, relatively speaking, to the overall life of the pipeline.
You've outlined, I don't know where El Paso County is, but there's
It's Colorado Springs.
okay. Definitely an arduous series of regulations. Can you enact this in a way that makes it, we're just at the table. We're not burdening the system. It's a little more subjective, a little more.
A little more.
We don't need it.
I would answer no.
We don't need the stack of reports this high to
No,
evaluate.
but you need regulations, criteria that can be objectively evaluated based upon evidence presented to you. So a little more subjective is a lot less defensible when you make a decision that the applicant doesn't like, right? It's the criteria that is there competent evidence on the record in support of the proposition. The proposition has to have enough clarity to it, right? That a person of ordinary intelligence can surmise, right? What's relevant, what's not, you see what I'm saying? It's not.
I do, I'm just a little,
It's,
I mean, this has been around since 1974, and I don't know if previous councils have talked about it.
not. to my
Have we
knowledge.
had projects that would have come through here that,
Anytime Highway 9 was widened, the roundabout projects,
we were certainly part of it?
what else? We've done
He's phoning a friend.
Yeah, I'm going to grant. Springs and.
other counties like Routt County have used it for trans-basin diversion negotiations and having a seat at the table, as you're describing. Most of the 1041 examples that I've seen have been around water and transmission or protecting I'm not sure in-stream water rights is the right word, but protecting water assets.
The reservoir would be.
Exactly. And so just reading, and this is just a quick case study on DOLA's 1041 webpage, but Routt County, you know, sets up its 1041 story or the reasoning behind it around, you know, it's a tourist destination. They have recreational amenities that they want to protect, you know, so forth and so on. So it's very, the Routt County one is very, I see a lot of similarities in wanting to kind of protect the character of Frisco versus, you know, things being done by outside entities.
Are those the interests that they called out? Like, is it easy to find? If not, I can look it up.
Yeah, I mean, if you just Google DOLA 1041, they have a really pretty simplified version of the case studies that are out there, including Silverthorns.
In my mind, a little overly happy, but that's just
Yeah,
my
sure.
editorializing. I've read that, I was like, well, yeah, in Happy Land, it'll work that way every time.
That, what more do you have before we kind of?
I don't have a lot. I was really
hoping
hoping to, engender some discussion. Here's the other thing I want to tell you is, to some extent, when you ask me to draft substantive regulations to manage a construction project based on something, I need help with the something, right? If you're to say, we really like these really intense El Paso County regulations, that's one thing, I can pair it as well as the next guy. But I'm not a transportation planner, I'm not a traffic engineer, and I'm not a planner. So my suggestion is, if we're gonna go forward with this, we turn to the planning department. There he is. Someone from the planning department other than that guy back there. This is gonna take way too long. But my point is, this starts to become a planning effort. This starts to become some deeper thinking and heavier lifting about what is it we want to control and how. How does that relate to our zoning code, for instance, right? If we're going to express a need for compatibility with surrounding land uses, we need to do that with an awareness of our zoning code, the various districts that highway travels through. So I guess that's my point, is if we want to go further with this, I think it's probably time to enlist some planning help, maybe some traffic engineering or traffic planning sort of assistance. If somebody's got a really great set of regulations they just love, I'm happy to do that.
I'm still stuck on the why make the shift from huge burden on the town, which will create a huge burden on the applicant, which will then create a huge burden on the town to do this, huge burden on the applicant to process it if they're willing to go forward. And I totally agree that, this is no different than a retailer deciding, do they want to build in New Jersey or Alabama? New Jersey has a bajillion regulations and Alabama says, thank you for coming. We would love to have your store here. So what has happened, or what are we afraid of that's driving this?
Well, I think that's a good part of the conversation. So like Tom and I have been reaching out to most of the jurisdictions we know of who have this or don't have it, and if they would have helped, mostly in the I-70 coalition. And Silverthorne thinks the relationships are good enough. Blue River said it saved them from CDOT was going to roll in and be like, here's your chain up station. It's this big, it's this wide, it goes in the wetland, we don't care. And it gets this much lighting 24/7. We're moving on. And Blue River had this and it protected them to be a part of the process, knowing they're going to get a chain up station one way or another. What did it look like? How did it go about?
I think Idaho Springs, from an I-70 perspective, is the opposite perspective to Silverthorne. Where they have had CDOT go through that process. It's been challenged in court. And they feel it's absolutely necessary.
And Silverthorne's view is?
I-70 coalition and the relationship is good enough.
They believe that the record of decision for I-70 gives them enough clout to be at the table for decision making. And it does, it gives them a lot of clout.
Yeah,
And I don't know, and I think that's why we're hearing, because I think, like, I don't know what the 203 or even the 201 someday is gonna be, how that process, I mean, we've seen the drawing. We don't know the implications of Lake Hill. But right now, like the GAP projects, as Jeff referenced, like, that was great and a very collaborative process. And we didn't have this in place and got things that CDOT wasn't gonna do that they wanted, the roundabouts, right? They wanted stoplights. And stoplights are cheap and they work and we're moving on, and we said no, the community said no, and they worked with us. So would this have prohibited that, or is this what protects us in the future for that? I don't even know what my concerns would be with the 203 in needing this. Other parts is what Jesse referenced, like, I'd love to have an overlay that if somebody wants to bring a huge gas pipeline through here that's not gonna do any good, if we at least have a say in that process, particularly if it could be no, that would be great, but otherwise, at least heads up. On the CDOT side, I think that's part of this conversation is, do we need it? Is it gonna benefit us? I'm not sure 100%. I think there's other areas where I think it could be very beneficial for the long-term health of the community to look at some potential environmental impacts. I know that the annexation path is a long and a more tedious one to get to, but I don't think we're there yet, but that's it's the starting of the conversation. Is it someplace we need to go? I don't know. But I think we should have it, since it could protect the town in the long run.
Mike, can I ask a question about this? So if we were to develop 1041 regulations, do we develop those specific to a specific activity? Yeah, so I didn't even think Silverthorne had any related to the highway.
They don't.
It's water only.
Yep.
And so what you're saying is that Silverthorne chose not to go down this path because okay. All right, I understand that. I just wanted to make that clear. You don't make a blanket 1041, you actually have to pick, so you do have to go down the road.
Exactly.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure I understood that.
So hearing is you prepare regulations of everything you want to, and then you consider whether you're going to designate a particular area or particular activity.
Can I pipe in?
Yeah, thanks, Andy, sorry.
Yeah, it's okay. I'm up over here. Don't worry about me. All right, so does creating one of these 1041 regulations, even if it was just towards water and not towards transportation, does that still end up allow you a seat at the table as Silverthorne's getting? And or if we just adopt what the state is doing in the first place without going over the top like El Paso, like doesn't seem like that's extraneous regulation, right? To me, just to meet where the state's at, and then that gets you the seat at the table, does it not?
Yes, but not a very strong one. I would want to pull out the statute, Counselor, but the statutory criteria are awfully weak. You're not going to be able to guide decision-making very well with the statutory criteria, which is why the jurisdictions tend to provide so much more detail with respect to the particular activity.
And then so for the GAP project, CDOT can come and do whatever they want to do, really. Did we, Hunter, I guess, did we just get included because they wanted to work with us, or like, how was it that we got a seat at the table there?
I think they call that the partnership deal, where they needed some funding.
They needed help, and they needed a little bit of easement area.
Yeah, yeah.
And this
I'm-
new council
Lou.
person named Jesse Burley was starting to ask 1041 questions.
I mean, if all the funding was there and there weren't easement things, I mean, or I even think if not, like they didn't have to, but I think that goes back to, having Grant a Frisco resident and part of CDOT and everything else. I think it is just a good relationship thing, and that it was the right thing to do. But, so yeah, I think there's a couple layers there, Andy, but they didn't by any means have to involve us beyond pretty simple, like, we're doing this.
Yeah, that's my understanding.
Yep.
So would this empower us? Like, I mean, I drive around now and, the rest of the country, the daffodils are popping up. For us, it's the potholes are coming in. It's an annual tradition, but if we were to say,
Maintenance as a condition.
no, not at all. Maintenance is a different story. It's more if, and I don't know how it works, but if the state standard for this, the sub base and the asphalt, if we said the state standard isn't what we think works, we want 12 inches of asphalt instead of the state regulated 6.
I will,
Is
I want
this
to go
an
back to
area-
the statute and look at the scope, but I don't think so.
I'm trying to get an
This is
understanding
about
of
where it is and what the
what
impacts
is it
are.
we have ability, then even on the, would we have had the ability to mandate or, you know, if we didn't have a cooperative initiative, could we have gotten traffic circles instead of stoplights through a 1041 process?
You perhaps could have conditioned their application to do so on the construction of roundabouts under theories about pedestrian, multimodal transportation and the like. At which point they could have decided whether they wanted to spend that extra money or not. I presume it costs them more money.
I'm really just trying to get my head around, what can we do with this? You know, what, if they're gonna build this massive interchange? We're having conversations now, but if we have 1041 power. What
You
does-
can approve, deny, or condition approval of projects proposed. So that gives you, I think, a seat at the table, right? But
Could we say that,
you
no, we don't want this? Meaning we're
Say
too
no,
crowded, we
right?
don't want people getting off the exit, we want them going to Vail. Could we stop the
I
project?
think you probably could.
Wow.
Yes.
I don't know who knows the answer to this, but I've rolled far enough back that I could call Don into the conversation, but. So in the GAP project, I mean, CDOT honored, or Susan might know, CDOT honored our trails master plan, but there was no need for them to have to do that. And to me, this is, you know, there's a lot of trails in our master plan that are affected by the 203. That the cost of that development, that could be an easy thing to be like, we're value engineering all trails, all pedestrian crossings that are extraneous out, where I think this community would like to say, we want access to the, you know, Meadow Creek trailhead, and the county's putting in the trailhead that connects Wilderness to Frisco. That could kind of give us that say of saying, here's our trails master plan. You're doing the 203, here's what you're gonna also do as a portion of that. And if you're looking, if like 100, well, I don't know, what's that gonna cost? I don't even know. What did Glenwood pay for their bridge catastrophe thing?
So I guess what I would say, so.
Thank you for joining us, sorry.
Yeah, no problem. I was at Summit County with the GAP project, the Iron Springs section of that went through. Summit County actually had 1041s for highway because they went through that and they adopted that at some point before the highway project was proposed. We went through the exercise and applied the criteria. And the purpose of 1041s in that case was to mitigate the impacts of a proposed highway project and then offer adjustments if necessary. Because that project had to go through NEPA, it actually had all the mitigations there. It had wildlife crossings because they worked with the Forest Service to consider all those things. It avoided the fence. It created mitigations for the impacts that were, or the wetlands that were being impacted. So it covered everything that was in the Chaffey County, I'm sorry.
Ooh, first look.
I mean, Chaffey County does actually have 1041, though, so you're covered.
Partner going from Summit to Summit.
Name tag in here, it's okay.
So I said county town.
Regulations applied, and we did get no significant impact as a result of that because the NEPA analysis had covered all of the impacts, so there was no mitigation required with that. I spent a year of my life on municipal water project 1041 down in Chaffey County. It was actually Chaffey about 15 years ago when Nestle Water came in. And so that was a municipal industrial water project. And that went through, there was a lot of criteria that they had to satisfy: economic impacts, wetland impacts, and a number of other things. There were some of the community that wanted to say, because it's plastic bottles, the county should deny this. That could not be the case though, because that was not a criteria that was built into the regulations. They satisfied the criteria and addressed and mitigated potential impacts. And that was the point there.
How easy is it, or not easy, to amend your regulation? So let's say we have 10 criteria, CDOT's first project comes in, and they meet all the criteria, that project gets approved. But we learned a lesson and we should have thought of this other thing. For project number 2, can we, before that ever even comes up, can we amend our regulations? Or is that really hard?
Absolutely, you can amend the regulations. The question in my mind, and I want to go back to the statute, the rule of thumb, right, is that unless an amendment procedure is specifically provided that is different than the procedure for the original adoption of something, to amend something requires that original procedure. I kind of doubt, though, what I know about the statute, when I'm recalling about reading it, the initial decision, the initial hearing that gets held right on these draft regulations are whether we care to designate areas of concern or activities of interest, right? Only later then do you adopt a set of regulations by ordinance in our event. So to my mind, an amendment by way of 2 readings of an ordinance is likely to be sufficient to amend your actual substantive regulations, unless you want to go back and designate some area or activity that
Got
you
it.
did not previously
Yeah,
designate.
okay, understood. I like
Is
that.
there a way to, Delta's the elephant in the room, it seems like.
What is
Delta.
See that?
It's gonna be a drinking game.
Oh. The screen. Wow. Old habits do die. CDOT is the most likely. Is there, I am curious what their view on this, you know, they're so far down the road, lots of jurisdictions doing this. You know, do they sort of just stand back and let us do what we decide to do? Will they become advocates for certain criteria?
I don't know the answer, and I'm afraid I don't know anyone well enough at CDOT to call and say, hey, give me the real.
I mean, I would think
How
from
much of
Don's
this-
example, there's probably 30 other projects they had of similar size, but that was their priority. And so even with the having to do a NEPA and everything that went into that, they still did that project because for them, it was a priority corridor versus being like, Summit County's too hard to work with. We're gonna go down to.
No, I'm more
Real
into that,
Blanco.
if we're going down the path of doing this, can we include them in the process of creating it? As opposed to doing, you know, they're looking at all the jurisdictions and they know what's right, what's wrong from their perspective. What makes it workable and what makes it combative. Can we engage the most likely stakeholders in the process of developing these regulations so that we come out of it?
You could either
And not
engage them
adversarial.
or perhaps a consultant that helps them get through these processes.
Something like that.
You know.
Yeah, that seems a little less like the fox guarding the hen. Talk to the foxes. consultant.
Not like that.
The whole point of this is working through the project together. So we might as well start that process with the regulations we're drafting. So we don't come out of the gates looking like we drafted something they can't work with. Just
How is our relationship these days? Do we have, I know it's changed and I know it's still forming with some of the newer folks.
I think it's fine. I think it's not very sophisticated.
Will this make it too sophisticated?
No, I mean, my personal opinion is that there's enough of this regulation around the state that all the regions are having to deal with it in one way or another. That it's probably become part of their process.
Which could be part of what drove their recent cooperation with us, as you've noted, right? They heard Councilor Burley talk at 1041.
What I was talking about, but I would say
They're
it.
probably not used to the Blue Rivers of the world.
Yeah, that's pretty.
Having that influence.
Yeah, that's pretty small.
So, say 20 or 50 years, CDOT wants to do a third lane on I-70 or a monorail or something. They're gonna have to deal with this to get to where we are anyway, but then we would have essentially no say about how they do it through our town. Is that's kind of, if it's not in place?
Well, no, our zoning code applies. We still control land use. But
I'd almost say that I-70 is probably is not the best example because of the fact that there's a NEPA document already.
But bringing a high-speed rail into town to a transit center.
That's totally different. That's
Yeah,
out, right? And I guess it's not outside of the NEPA document, but Highway 9 is a better example.
Yeah.
And, from what's been mentioned recently with trail planning or pathway planning and underpasses, those are things that you can think about directly applicable in the town of Frisco.
And I think we shouldn't, we shouldn't undervalue that either. I mean, CDOT's purview is roads and highways, and while they are diving into alternative mobility, it's not their
It's not their culture.
It's not their culture, sure. And so I think, that is something that needs to be protected and worked in partnership with, certainly. But I think that's something that often gets underlooked. And we're so lucky we ended up with the roundabouts that we did because of that process. But we were sitting here in this meeting room worried that we weren't even going to get a say at the table, and Water Dance was in here talking to us constantly about, you have to stop CDOT. And it's like, well, we can't. And there was just this huge, well, why not? It's in our town, and I think that helped spur the conversation. And thankfully CDOT was willing to come to the table, and, Rick sat as our representative on that process the whole time and made sure we got frankly those roundabouts at the end of the day. Among other things that
We had
helped
to
with
fund the
that
underpass,
project.
but they weren't gonna do that. They
Right,
wanted nothing to
right.
do with the underpass.
Yeah.
So that was a lot of work. And money, but worth it.
Yeah.
The one thing though, I would throw and interject is if you are gonna go down the road 1041s and it is for the purpose of getting something like an underpass, your criteria and your regulations need to identify and give you some sort of nexus to say, this is the potential mitigation, is this thing that we as a town want.
Does it have to be
You can't
that?
just say, I want this.
Does it have to be that specific, or can it reference the plan and the concepts and the community
It could.
character of that plan? So it doesn't have to be that specific.
It could, depending on how the regulations were written.
Okay.
In Chafee, back in about 2005 or so, we adopted significant wildlife habitat. There was a lot of concern about buy and dry of agricultural water rights. And Pueblo West had purchased a large ranch and we're buying and drying. And we utilized that to require not necessarily wildlife habitat, but they had to revegetate to native as they were withdrawing the water. So that way it was and could still remain as a wildlife habitat. It was going to be irrigated field, but it would still be usable, not just a dirt patch. So again, you can, if you have your goal in mind, what is your goal and purpose in adopting whether it's an area or activity of state interest and getting criteria in place, make sure that you know what that goal is in advance while you're adopting.
Let me give you an example from the El Paso County. Criteria number 5, right? A decisional criteria after you have the application. The location and access limitations for the highway will not restrict access via other roadways, mass transit facilities, pedestrian walkways and bikeways, local commercial services, and in fact, it says will not restrict and will enhance. Right? So I think you can graft your plans by reference to them. I don't think you have to. I think having the plan in place lets you make the decision about whether this plan is restricting or enhancing public access for pedestrians, right, to these other public facilities. I mean, it can be that broad.
And I'm gonna quickly just,
Yeah.
for the record, mention that all council members are now present. Welcome all. And Liz, I have no idea even how we'd start to catch you up on this, but
It's okay, I'll just
we can
listen.
get you the recording. But it's been a great conversation so far. We know where we are.
So going back to like being able to regulate a state actor and whether or not, for example, a county is a state actor. So in this case, it was Chaffey County, but you were applying those regulations to the city of Pueblo,
It was Pueblo West and.
Pueblo West.
Pueblo West. In that particular case, because they were drawing up the range to move the water rights. And using that example that he just said, that was one of the goals, was to protect and enhance pedestrian access, for example. As long as you have that criteria, I think that would give you a means to apply that potential mitigation or have the applicant offer that potential mitigation, depending on the terminology you want to use there.
Right. And I think having that plan backs up your decision that this is not only restricts, right? Here's what we need to enhance. Here's our plan. Here's how it crosses that.
And I can say, being part of that project, having that plan, that trails master plan, was really the only reason that underpass got built. Not to mention the monetary. Drawing was because of that plan.
Yeah,
But does that also mean that if Summit County had 1041 regulations stating that like the town's plans had to be followed, that would cover all of the
And that
towns?
might, if their criteria stated that, I think one of the challenges is town 1041 regulations apply in town, and there weren't any. The county ones apply outside town limits. They can't really apply inside town limits. So it's kind of a,
I don't know enough about it, but I think that under the Breckenridge and County 1041s, it's a joint planning 1041 for the Upper Blue. So I think maybe there can be, I don't know if both jurisdictions had to adopt the same thing, or they, and like, I don't know what that looks like, but in this case, it's like a planning area, and they agree to kind of address that together jointly. Yeah, okay. This could be a whole can of worms, but I'm just thinking, like, what else are we not thinking about? So it's the Department of Natural Resources, or CPW, in charge of reintroduction. Anyway, the state agency, yeah, right?
Yeah, division.
So I'm curious, could a jurisdiction, and I'm not suggesting ours per se, but as like wolf reintroduction, like, is that something?
I think that under any listed activities, but let's look.
Yours was wildlife
The closest-
protection,
be significant wildlife habitat.
Habitat.
Is what.
and that would be to protect that.
Correct.
But but the context was the site selection for arterial highways.
No, in that particular case, it wasn't, the activity of state interest was significant wildlife habitat. Specific activity. I think it falls under the natural resources and historic resources.
Thank you. Yeah, as an area, not an activity.
Sorry.
Areas containing or having
Area,
significant impact
yeah.
upon historical, natural, or archaeological resources of statewide importance. So it's a natural resource of statewide importance. Yes.
It's hard to, I mean, your mind can start to go to a lot of.
No, I know, and I don't need to drag, I'm just like, what's next? And, we don't have any, there's no immediate proposed transmission diversions by Denver Water, but that's certainly a very, very significant.
We just learned at the CAS
Maybe I'm wrong.
meeting about OEDIT's part of the Prop 123 money, and how they're charged with building 3,500 units that the state is gonna own over the next 3 years from that pot of money. That's gonna be done in municipalities and in next to municipalities. How that's all, I have no idea how that's gonna be, but you can see how some places might wanna have some influence over that.
Could this protect against the proposed housing, and maybe that's what I don't think that's what you're talking about specifically, the governor's housing, I don't know what we're even calling that.
Mandates?
Mandate.
Yeah, he
They're a
said.
little softer
it.
than that.
Yeah.
now, but-
Strong
that- is
suggestions,
that something?
very strong suggestions. Unlikely, because what you're gonna run into is the rule that the more specific will rule over the more general. So these will be specific mandates as to specific projects and types of projects and how they relate to your local zoning code. And I imagine a court's gonna say, no, you don't get to say no to the state because you designated a new community, right? I suspect that they say, no, the legislature was aware of this when they made this very specific rule about this very specific instance. So I doubt it.
I go back to, I can't believe in 50 years, no council has adopted this. And the reason I say that is, my crystal ball goes forward, I can't ever imagine sitting at a council table and saying, I'm sure glad we didn't initiate a 1041 process. But I sure as heck can be sitting in the future and saying, wow, they're gonna do that. I sure wish we had a 1041
I
process.
would be shocked, Counselor, if 25% of the state's municipalities have 1041 regulations in place. I'd be rather surprised if I'm not saying it's a reason, I'm just saying it.
Understand why.
I'd never even heard of them until Jesse referenced them.
There are varying opinions as to whether it is of substantial efficacy or not. And I'll just leave it at that, right? Silverthorne's opinion was not.
Well,
On the highway side, but not
Yeah, on the highway, right. It varies, right? But there are those who have squarely faced the issue and said, take a pass. We're okay with our zoning code. Whether that's a fear of scaring anyone off, I don't know.
But our zoning code does
Whether it's-
impact a lot of the stuff that we want 1041 power with, right?
Our zoning code allows for land uses or not at given locations. We have some limitations within rights of way owned by others. But we have full control of our land use in terms of the decision as to, let's say a high-speed rail transfer center, transit center was proposed in the town. It's not a permitted use in our land use code, I don't believe. Until it's a permitted use in our land use code, it's not permitted in our town. Right, so until we were to, in that instance, until the town was to adopt some regulations that here's the rules and regulations under which you may make this use within these zone districts. CDOT can hope all they want to put a center there, right? All I'm saying is there is not a lack of control over land use. It is not as fine an instrument as this might be. But the idea that CDOT could roll in here and slap a transfer center from a high-speed rail without.
Yeah, but they could roll in here and rebuild Highway 9 with 2 or 3 more traffic lanes.
More
And we can't traffic stops.
and no sidewalks.
And we couldn't do a thing about it.
Or what seems like the extreme, why doesn't every jurisdiction in the state have a 1041 regulation on nuclear detonation? They should.
I don't think the zoning code's gonna allow it, right? It's
Well,
like,
but
it's sort of a fantasy that we built in the first place.
One of the largest nuclear bombs was set off underground in Colorado to attempt to extract more oil.
Yes.
Go to the
Yeah.
northwest corner, it's
You know,
fascinating.
and these legislators have been taught to hide under their desks.
But I think it's less on the zoning code and more like, because we don't have zoning code that says, like, our goals are to implement our trails master plan. Like zoning code wouldn't have gotten us the sidewalks we got and the underpass we got.
Agreed.
And I think that's where I'm with Andy is like, and I think why this conversation is important for me is we have the opportunity to set up future councils a better say at the table to implement the things that the community has told us is important. And I think that's, I think everything we've discussed and what would be useful in this is all stuff that's come out of our community survey and scorecards and reports of like multimodal underpasses, getting people out of their cars. This is a way for us to hopefully insert that into a plan that we may or may not have a say in. My understanding. And I still like also the natural, like the pipeline. I didn't even think about that when it's brought up of, I don't think very few people I speak to in town would love Excel to come those through here, bury their gas line, charge us for it, and then not use it 10 years from now. That would be a great place to have a little influence as well.
That's kind of my thinking as well. It doesn't have to be anything beyond sort of the basic info, the basic legalese and all. It's not like we're going to require a new NEPA study to do our thing or something, so if it's just sort of protecting us, why wouldn't we adopt it? I don't necessarily see somebody like CDOT not wanting to work with us because of that. As long as we're not asking for anything outrageous. It just assures our seat at the table, does it not, Thad?
Sure, yes. Yes.
But also requires it.
Yeah, it not only
Right.
assures it requires.
Yeah, it assures it.
We're setting that table. As Andy pointed out.
But also remember, it sets up a formalistic process. This informal process may be going on behind the scenes, but again, I'm warning you, not with the decision makers, please. Right? This is a quasi judicial decision at the end of the day. So I understand you want a seat at the table, but at the end of the day, you get a pack of evidence in front of you and you get to act on it like a final plat application or rezoning application or the like. So yes, but by its very nature, it is not always a cooperative venture. You hope that's how it ends up. But that's not what the regulations say. Don't say you're going to sit down with us and chat nicely and we're going to work something out. Regulations say you're going to give us this, that, and the other, and we're going to make a decision as to whether you get to do this based upon these criteria, and hope that engenders good relations, and it might, and hope that that engenders good results, and it might.
And does taking no action engender good relations?
Taking no action on the regulation, I don't know. I don't know that. I wouldn't describe what the town has done with CDOT over the years as taking no action, but certainly it doesn't give you, it certainly does not give the process that I've described.
Right,
But-
and it's
but-
not taking no action, but not enacting regulation, this regulation.
Sure, they prefer that.
Yeah. But how far that preference goes and what results it has on their behaviors, I can't really predict.
A lot of gears spinning.
It's
I would love to hear from a community that's implemented it. And what was the project?
I mean,
How did it work?
see if
I
we can
mean,
get this
we
as a
just heard
cap.
about, Don's experience, but I would love to,
What were the effects of the relationship?
yeah.
Yeah. It feels like we're, right now, we might have a fine relationship with them and we got the roundabouts and the underpass and all of that, but you don't know what 5 years, 10 years is gonna look like, and if that same relationship is gonna exist. But also, if we do this, are we forcing the relationship to change? It's not a question or an answer.
Good comment. Does anyone know of any jurisdictions that have recently done this and gone through
Rivers are probably a local example. We could sure ask Michelle.
When did and it was, they did it in the face of the proposal, right?
Yeah.
They were even able to see this coming and did it. But now it's in there, right? So now any project that comes through Blue River goes through this process.
Anything that meets
picking-
whatever, however they define their applicability criteria. I mean, I'm presuming that most of these regulations have some sort of de minimis exception. You're not moving much earth or cement. I hope.
Anything else council's chewing on, wants to throw out there? It seems like we're interested in pursuing the conversation. I think a few things, I mean, I think it seems like there like needs to be a venue where we can try to get more, like, I think your idea of like, you know, is this something we can throw at the past meeting and say, hey, like, could, or is there people who, because we could.
Well, and the
have a
place that this
conversation.
comes up a lot is in the Northwest Cog QQ
Yep.
committee, the Water Quality and Quantity Committee. Because their
Yep.
contracted attorney, whom Thad knows, Barbara Green, is really, she's a hawk on 1041. And so it comes up a lot, and she's done Grand County 1041s for, again, transbasin diversions. That's the immediate one that comes to mind, but it comes up all the time at QQ.
I think Tom's suggestion of trying to find the consultant that, or a consultant that would serve CDOT or any other similar transportation entity in making these applications would be a great person to talk to. Engage, pay, to give us advice. And, yeah. I don't know who that is. They gotta, surely CDOT's not doing this on their own. Sorry,
AECom.
ACOM and EDOG.
yeah, those kind of planning consultancies. Yes.
So I think I'm hearing, and I feel like it's worth pursuing a conversation. There's a lot more to figure out, chew on, talk to others who've done it or are in the process of, or have had a firsthand experience. I think based on staff report, and I don't want to not continue the conversation, but know the bandwidth of what we've tasked staff with at this point to add this on any immediate or escalate to the top of their priorities would probably derail other things we have going on. But how does it feel if Tom and I keep working on reaching out, seeing who consultants are, talk to other communities? Maybe I'll call Margaret and see if she's ever
I think Cast's a great idea.
Yeah, had this
ICMP
as a-
coalition.
as kind of a, you know, roundtable at one of those type of meetings. So we can kind of just start getting more info for all of us. Is that some good next step? Without burying our staff and also committing our participation at a higher level. We get more info.
In the meantime, I think you should have the draft 1041 regulations for the town on every one of them.
Every one of them. A lot like El Paso County's, just so you know. I think they chose every area and every activity they could, and using regulation, they probably have nuclear detonations in there, just.
I'm sure they,
Yeah, they've got reason for doing it.
Yeah.
So,
right.
I think that's a good idea.
yeah. I think there's a special provision in this contract on theoretical ordinance drafting for our entertainment, not just. Anything else on this one? Take 5 minutes, refill water bottles and stretch and we'll come back for talking plastics. Thanks all, that was great. Thank you, Ted.
Thank you, Thad.
Actually worked with Barbara Green.
Did you?
Did she do your?
Yeah, but she didn't do this, right, but he consulted. That was.
Not having water. We bring it back in. This is good. I'm really, those were like 2 really, like,
No, where were you guys?
not heated, but like. Oh, yeah.
Catastrophic.
Oh, you definitely, but no, I'm kidding.
Glad I'm not a county manager.
Yeah.
I'm glad I'm not a county.
Yeah. there you go.
Yeah, Jeff Durbin. Yeah.
First day on the job.
Commercial fire.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
Yeah, the big Marshall. Big fire.
Yeah.
They only burned to the town.
First week
Took
as
over now.
county administrator in Mesa County was the big landslide in the,
Yeah.
in,
In Colburn. Yeah,
2 people got,
I remember that.
this is 3.
that's right.
Yeah.
Congratulations, you made it for the first 6 months. Mount Royal is still at the same
Still
height.
there. Yeah. Now we got the way we'll move on to our second agenda item this evening, and this is our single-use plastics discussion. Who's here? Take it away.
Thanks. Well, yes, we're here to talk about single-use plastics once again. There we go. Okay, we're going. So as you may recall, we were here talking about this earlier in November. And you all gave staff direction to look more into skip the stuff type ordinances, which would have customers receive single-use items like plastic silverware, napkins, and plastic condiments only on request, as well as water bottle bans. And also to come back with some more detailed information on the Plastic Pollution Reduction Act, which was in your staff report, and I have it in here as well. So I'm just gonna go over, do a little bit of review. I'm gonna keep this pretty brief, but just since it's been a little bit since we talked about it last. We all know there's lots of problems with single-use plastics, not just the plastic water bottles you see up here, but all kinds of single-use items. Whether that is, the local impacts where, the plastic bottles are going into the trash instead of the recycling, or the wrong plastic bottles are going into the recycling and contaminating it, or they're not getting into either bin and we're finding them in the environment. But also those larger impacts that we don't see here on site, that we know all this plastic is coming from oil, and the impacts from that, both on the climate and on the communities where those drilling and refining and factory operations are all taking place, and who's living in those neighborhoods. So this is the timeline that was in your staff report for the Plastic Pollution Reduction Act for your state. Where we're at now in that first little orange section, that of course doesn't have a huge impact on us since we already have our plastic bag ban and our bag fee in place. It didn't change anything about which stores needed to charge that or which kind of bags. Everything's the same as of now. As of January 1st, 2024, the big change for us here will be that all restaurants, polystyrene cups and all containers will be banned for all restaurants. There's no one exempt from that. So that will be the big change coming up next. And then of course, April 1, 2024, the remittance again doesn't change a whole lot because our retailers are already doing that. And then July 1st, 2024 is when legally we can enact more stringent laws to restrict plastics. So there were a few local ordinances in your staff report. I just have some listed up here. I'm not going to go into them in detail. Obviously, some of those are, one of them is a draft, the rest have been implemented already. I just had a great conversation yesterday with some folks from Telluride about their ordinance. It was super interesting. So tonight, I just wanted to kind of run through, do a little bit of review, and then would love to have a discussion, conversation about where we want to go, and then some specific questions, which are the same ones as were in the report. But overall, would you like to see an ordinance come back? What sort of things would you like in that? And then can we align our bag fee and bag ban rules with the states as listed in the staff report? Happy to have a conversation, answer any questions you have, but I'd really just like to hear the discussion and see where we go.
Specific questions about the staff report? Hillary, or should we? Do you want us to tackle them in this order? Would that be best for you, or how?
However you want to do it's fine.
Can I ask on bullet point number 2, aligning the Frisco bag ban and bag fee with HB 1162, what would we need to change? I guess the only thing from my perspective is the 60-40 split.
That's one of them.
Is that even a
And we also
question, or
have-
do we have to do it?
That's a loaded question. And what I'm going to say is we adopted our current regulations at a time when the state had no regulations whatsoever. And our authority to do so might have been questioned. Let's just leave it at that. And so now the state has adopted a substantive set of rules that are a little inconsistent with ours because they're slow compared to us. But so the split, right?
Like we also have the cap. We have $100 per month max.
But, you know, if, in terms of consistency with the state statute, we're gonna go with the state statute, they don't need to give us anything until middle of next
Yeah,
spring, right? So it's, I struggle, right, with the idea of consistency with the statute because it's not, it never was. And to make it so would take away something from us arguably. It seems to me like we're cherry picking. We want consistency where we want it, but we still want our money now, even though nobody else has to pay the bag fee until a year from now. Just, so it was a loaded question, I guess. We're not consistent now because they're for the state.
right, okay.
And I think we can only create partial consistency without limiting our revenue stream. We want complete consistency and then we limit our revenue streams.
Well, ours is more generous than where the state's going anyway, correct? Isn't ours at 50% remittance and theirs at 40?
Yes, but it has that, basically they're remitting quarterly and they can only keep $300 per remittance, and that would go away. Yeah, and then a few other things that are not quite aligned are, right now, our paper bags are only required to be 40% PCR, that requires 100%. The PPRA does have a minimum remittance, so if someone is collecting or remitting less than $20, they don't have to. And the use of bag fees on our end, in the ordinance, it's more broad. It says you can use those fees for waste reduction and general reuse projects. And when ours was written, it was really focused on recycling for plastic bags. And since we no longer have those bags, I would like to change that to make it a little more broad to allow that to fund different types of projects.
My view on that really is lots of our businesses also have businesses in other jurisdictions. For simplicity of our business owners, to just make it consistent with the state. If there's a hard reason not to, I'd love to hear it, but if it just seems like why cause confusion in the marketplace when we can so easily avoid it?
Because it's still meeting our goals, so it's not.
Right.
I was gonna say,
The goal was
what do we
never
lose?
us earning revenue
Yeah, it's
per se.
it's getting the plastic out of the.
But we do want to continue current collections.
Yes.
For sure.
But come 2024, in alignment with state. Yeah. Logically, good. And Andy, you can just jump in, since we have the PowerPoint up, we can't see it, so just hop in if you wanna.
Do you want me to take this down?
Come January 1 next year, there should be no bag fees because you can't give a bag, you can't charge a fee.
Well, for plastic, paper is still allowable.
We have to charge for paper.
So seems like we're Good with the working towards aligning on the House Bill.
And did you want to wait until 2024 when that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Unless the council feels otherwise. They change it when everybody's changing it.
Sense, yeah.
No. And then the wording to give the use of those fees. That's something we could change earlier just to address that issue, or is that too much work for a simple item?
No, you can certainly change that earlier. And just so you know on that one, at the time there's been a very favorable Colorado Supreme Court decision on the relationship between your fees and your programs for which you're charging fees that came down after this. And prior to that case, the courts wanted to see a tighter rational relationship between whatever your program is, right, that you're charging fees for and what you're doing with the money. And as a result of a decision out of Aspen, the city of Aspen had a fee challenged, and it's much broader than it used to be. And those changes are just fine.
Thoughts on the wording of what the fee can be used for, or just wait until the 24?
But we're going to enact an ordinance relatively soon effective on that date.
Yep.
Right? So we can change
it
within there, that's
Yep.
effective
That's-
immediately.
yeah.
This is effective then.
Yep.
So is that our goal, is to have an ordinance that goes into effect January 2024?
When the state ordinance goes into effect.
But I mean, will it be beyond the state's ordinance, or is it just same as?
I think
Yeah,
For the bag part, yes,
and then, I mean, the styrofoam and all that's just part
That's
of the
the next
deal.
that's just happening.
Yeah.
That's gonna happen.
Yeah.
Andy, you good with all that conversation on the line with the state? We can see
Yeah,
now.
sorry, I kind of missed a bunch of it because I got booted off, but
Uh,
yeah, I'm aligned with basically going along with the state. My only question partially for businesses is sorry here, hang on a sec, there we go. There's like, we have the 40% requirement, and theirs is 100% PCR, and I don't know. Does it make it more difficult? Is it that much more expensive to get a different supplier or a different supply? What's going on with that whole industry's supply chain and everything else? Is it just very, very much more expensive? I don't know. So yeah, the cost difference, and I guess that was it, having to do with that one particular issue.
So it is a lot more expensive. But also I've been seeing the supply companies are reacting to all of these rules and laws that are coming into effect. And so they are trying to keep up. 100% recycled is going to be considerably more expensive than the 40%. But
when it rolls out statewide,
right, there's not going to be an option.
yeah, it's gonna be all.
And they can always go to the Walmart policy and not give them
No
away.
bags.
No bags.
No bags. Yep. Yep.
So, excuse me.
Is that only one of the issues there?
Somebody's stepping in bricks in your.
Good.
That's why.
You're good. I'm totally good. Does not sound like it. So I think on the, excuse me, geez, ordinance side, I think that's kind of the last question we want to tackle. Well, maybe I'm gonna jump around on your list. Sorry. I think we should go to the kind of the skip the stuff question and then save the water bottles as kind of the bigger last kind of chunk, because I feel like skip the stuff will be a little more agreement and knowledge on that. So. And I'm all for it. I think the condiments are a little I don't want to ban the condiment packages. That seems a little extreme, like. Want to get a hot dog, you should be able to squirt a little bit of ketchup on there. You're on the road trying to go down the road, but like. Everything else, I'm good with making it on request and making it as non-plastic as possible.
I don't know, I guess for me, like just reading this, like July 1st, 2025, and then 2024, I don't know. I don't know, I feel a little conflicted. I think this is a meaningful goal and I'm not against it, but I also would like to see pay as you throw get implemented and dialed in a really well done way so that we could have a really great program established. I think the letter from the Beverage Association, you know, she was talking about how beverage companies are working on creating the infrastructure to change their containers.
Like the aluminum can,
Yeah, like, right.
Right.
they don't have to work on that.
exists.
Well, I don't know.
Thick bottles.
Yeah. They were big bottle.
Well, I don't know that. I don't know. So they're working on new plastic bottles?
Yeah, so do you want to talk about EPR? I mean, I think that's relevant here because that's what the producers are gonna hound us on tomorrow.
Before you do that, I just want to say I've been doing a lot of research for my own business on better environmentally friendly everything, like from plasticware to cups to lids to, because you know, I have to have a go-to plan, right? Some of the companies don't make everything I need. That's one issue. And the other issue is like the things that these products are made out of, I am not certain they're any better in the overall big picture. And I feel like I would rather focus on either pay as you throw or a bottle ban, but maybe not both at the same time. And that would be also for staff's workload. Like I would like to do one thing really well before we move on to, I mean, I'm okay with like the skip the stuff, but I think with plastic bottles and stuff, I think it's gonna be, I don't know. I think we need to do more work on that.
Liz, can I ask you like, so what, because I think this is what I need to know, because I don't know. Because that's your perspective is great, is like, what things can't you source specific to like continuing to do your operate, like to run coffee shop, like what's not out there?
Well, I inherited boba straws from Lisa, or boba teas from, sorry, not the straws. The bubble teas from Lisa. And it's really hard to find a quality straw for the bobas in that drink. Like I can find other straws that work. I just ordered these glass boba jars. Like we're gonna get our logo on them. They come with the boba straw. But again, I'm gonna have to like figure out a way to implement that in my business and get kids to start buying those, or maybe I'll give some away.
I'm Googling boba tea, sorry, I never.
But boba tea straws are hard to find, you know, like that are ramekins. Those are hard to find. Like people come in and they want their cream cheese on the side. What do I do? You know, just I'm gonna be putting it in something. What does that thing look like? You know? These are the things that I struggle with. Stuff like that. Trying to think of some other things. I mean, plastic cups, like I haven't found any plastic, like an iced coffee or an iced latte cup. If somebody could find me one that's better than the ones they already make for a carbon footprint, let me know, because I've researched them and each one does the damage in a different way of how these things are manufactured. So I guess I just don't know. I would like to do more research and figure this out a little bit better. Like it's easy, like for me, this is like personal almost in the sense that this is exactly what I do. So I just want to be careful on how we do it. Like it sounds great on the outside, you know, yeah, get rid of all plastic. Awesome. I'm not against that. But this has, you know, there are some tricky pieces to this. And I'm just trying to voice that, I guess, before we get, let's do an ordinance. I would like to do a little more research because some of the products I find, like, you know, the eco cups and stuff, they are crap. Those are the worst cups. And if you get
assume that aluminum cups are way more expensive.
Yes. And I mean, those, like, and I did research on aluminum cups with coffee shops, events, you know, how you go out to the music and you buy the beer and it comes in the aluminum, the recycling, or I don't know what the word would be, the proper placement when you're done with that cup, when people are done, the proper placement for people to put that cup where it needs to go is super low. So it's just like we're manufacturing things that may not actually, I don't know what the answers are. I just feel like, you know, we could do a little more. I don't know. I'm totally on board. Plastic is awful. But I just don't know the alternatives are any better yet. Like I haven't found them. So it's like, I'm gonna go buy another product that also has a large carbon. I mean, it's not in our ocean, but who knows? Does that make sense? Do you guys follow me?
Yeah, can I jump in?
Complicated.
Yes.
It's very complicated.
Yeah, Andy, go for it.
Yeah, I have very similar concerns to Liz's, only because of what we're forcing businesses to do and, you know, what new products to buy. And I agree in like, say, the corn-based stuff, you know, the ramifications of the manufacturing for corn-based cups and all, rather than food, are enormous. And you know, that I don't think anybody has remotely quantified any of that ability there, or, you know, what that actually takes. And then, you know, one big thing wasn't this all focused at businesses that had more than 2 locations in Colorado? Does that still stand? Because I don't want to. What's that?
Or Hillary.
That is just through the state rule, so that does not apply to any of the other things that have been proposed. That doesn't have anything to do with those. That was just through the state, and it was just for bags, just for the bag fee, the bag ban coming through the state.
But that doesn't mean we couldn't use the same theory and apply it to these other ideas.
Yep.
Sure, yeah, I mean, it would apply to very few retailers in town.
Right.
But we could absolutely do that.
I mean,
Right, I have a hard time there, you know, and it's one thing if we're going after Walmart and Whole Foods and Safeway to stop with plastic bottles. It's another thing if we're, you know, we're hitting everyone's pocketbooks on Main Street. You know, that's a completely different story for, you know, an admirable idea, but you know, I think we end up creating a considerable amount more than we're planning on, just to say woohoo. You know, for lack of a better term, it's kind of like pissing in the wind. You know, I mean, what is it that we're trying to do, and are we really just making it more difficult for our own small businesses?
I'm a little lost. Because I thought we were talking about when I order my Chinese food and it comes with a knife and fork and a spoon and a little plastic baggie. Is regulating the type of cups that a coffee shop uses on the table?
Yeah.
I have not proposed that.
Oh, I thought.
It could be read that in the reference on.
Plastic beverage
yeah.
containers. I don't know. I read it as panic.
That's how I read it.
I read it in worst case.
And I don't think we're there. I mean, I think for me personally, I'm kind of where Andy was. Like, I think there's the individual single-use plastic water bottle that I would like to discuss. And then there's more like like when I get Chinese food takeout that I don't need the chopsticks. I don't need the soy sauce packets. I don't need all those things. And you know, like, can we work towards what is the containers that are going in there? And did we make that jump now? No, but if we start with the, you know, add in the, hey, like that's all on request only, don't send that stuff out the door. We can never actually follow through on overseeing that and mandating it? No, but if it's in our rules, like that helps at least start the process. So no, I don't think like there's still like there's not, I agree with you, Liz, there's not a way for you to serve a really good iced coffee in a cup that is going to work at this point. I would hope we can tackle that in future councils.
I mean, I'm looking for them.
But I think for me, it's like, what can we affect? Like everybody can bring a water bottle with them on vacation or buy an aluminum water bottle at Come and Go and be completely taken care of. But the alternative isn't there for yet, in my opinion, a lot of those other things you referenced.
I get.
So that's where I'm coming from.
No, I appreciate that. I get a little afraid and I have anxiety because it's just, I can't explain it. So I'm sorry if I go.
No, but I wanted to stay on the utensils. I at least just want to put out there that honestly, to me, is a little bit overkill in regulation. We don't have that many restaurants. We don't have that many people doing this. That if we just, for as much messaging as we send out, it's not that hard to, honestly, to ask our restaurants to stop. We don't have that many of them. If the culture of Frisco is our probably 15 restaurants, when they bag stuff up, just stop.
So I'm gonna
And-
disagree because
Well,
we have regulated it and you still get plastic bags at some restaurants. I bought a salad today and they hand it to me in the styrofoam container and I open it and there's a plastic fork inside the container. Like asking them to stop is not gonna stop them. You have.
But mandate, we only have so much environmental bandwidth as a community. And I think spending our time here and the community time complaining about, can you believe how micro regulating they're doing on this topic? We have 8 bajillion water bottles and a bunch of plastic knives and forks. What do we want people paying attention to? And I can't get my head into this is that big of a problem relative to all our other big problems. Yes, do I wish they didn't do it? Am I annoyed when they give me this useless stuff that I then throw away because I can't even recycle it? Of course.
Or you recycle it and it contaminates an entirely perfectly good load of recycling. And I think that's more of the
It's not
perspective that I
recyclable.
have, where you have a perfectly good load of whether it's plastic water bottles or aluminum cans or whatever it is, and it's contaminated by things that people are wish cycling for. And that is a contamination of our, like, we do a crappy job recycling to begin with. And when we contaminate it with other crappy stuff that doesn't actually need to be in circulation, it causes a huge problem. And so whether it's producers of beverage containers or the small business that's like, we just need to recycle better. And I'm not, you just hear that from everybody. We need to recycle better. It's on the consumer. It's the consumer's fault because you're out there buying that product. We are just setting ourselves up for failure on the contamination side when we already do a bad job recycling. So to eliminate that stuff in the first place, or to ask people to be more considerate when they do want that, to have them jump that extra hurdle, I think is pretty important. And I also think, Liz, I don't disagree with you at all in terms of like, let's do one program really, really well. But in the recycling world, there has to be a multi-pronged approach. And frankly, this is not even, we're not even operating in the like recycle, downcycle world. We're trying to address the biggest piece of the pie, and that's reducing our consumption. And I just don't think that there's enough pressure on producers of these products to consider other options on behalf of businesses like yours, unless there's some level of regulation that's starting to drive that market change. Because what they are doing is trying to come up with new ways to use plastic.
Well,
And that's really bad. I mean, it's not, I'm sorry, I shouldn't say that. Producer responsibility policies are very important to the end game, but they are not the only solution.
I think the other thing is like, if we're gonna do part of it and then next year or the year after decide to do another, like, I feel like it would be easier to just say, we're not doing water bottles under half gallon anymore, and we're not doing those to-go things, like implementing it at the same time, rather than, okay, this year we're gonna hit you with this, and then next year we're gonna hit you with that, and just continuously add to it. I personally think it's better to just, this is what we're doing. This is what we're doing.
I don't know if there's been outreach. I truly don't understand why restaurants give this stuff away.
Cost them money, and why cost them
There
money?
is no,
But I can
There-
think of a million other places that don't give that stuff away. I know restaurants where they're like, do you need it? Nope. So I feel like it's kind of, I think some restaurants give it out and some don't.
everybody should give it out to the people who ask.
Yeah,
I'm not understanding the motivation, again, when I order 4 things at the Chinese restaurant for home delivery.
right. Why are you
I'm
giving
gonna
that?
believe most homes have silverware.
I mean, this-
Not a color.
Why are they included in the delivery?
We are based on tourism and service, so I feel like it's just that mind shift where people are used to, let me give you what you need, kind of, you know what I mean? Like, people are, it's just become, you know, like somehow we could do an education piece or something that, you know, it's more informed. I mean, I like your approach, like reaching out to people or incentivize something, or, you know, during COVID, I ate out a lot, right? I literally took my Pyrex dishes to I'd call ahead and I say, can I bring you my bins? And wherever I ate, they came, met me outside, took my Pyrex and put my food in it. And, you know, so there were some of my favorite restaurants, love the styrofoam containers, but I was like, I can't do it. So I would literally take my bins and they got to know me and they were fine doing it, you know?
And I go to, there's no better way to make good food taste average than eat it with a cheap plastic fork.
In a styrofoam bottle.
So,
You know, I read this thing, and maybe you girls could help, the two turbo environmentalists.
No. Name tag. New business card?
there was one.
I read somewhere a few times that in order for a cotton reusable shopping bag, you had to use it 131 times in order for it to balance out its carbon footprint from manufacturing versus the plastic bags have very little, whatever. I'm just saying, like, those cotton bags, their manufacturing process is more environmentally unfriendly. And people don't use those 131 times. They lose them. Or you know what I mean? I'm sorry. Is that true? I mean, how do I balance that? Now I'm in therapy. Environmental therapy.
I mean, everything's gonna have a carbon impact of some kind.
Sure.
So you just do the best with what you have. I mean, you can also make a bag out of an old t-shirt and then.
Yeah, I mean,
You've
that's
already
what you
got
could
it, you
do.
know, it's, yeah, there's nothing with no impact at all, right? So.
I mean, I guess the reason why I'm bringing that up is because I don't know how the scale's moving, you know, like, are we doing anything? Or are we like micromanaging forks?
I think it's harder to see here because in general, we do a little bit more than a lot of other places. When I go to visit my family in the Carolinas, I see the unbelievable waste. The amount of plastic that is used every single day there that we don't even have in our environment here. And so we don't even see it. So I think maybe we don't get the full picture of how bad it is.
No, I'm well aware of that, but I just don't know why I need to do it here because the Carolinas aren't doing a good job. I mean, I'm
Yeah,
just throwing these crazy questions out.
No, this is the thing, and this is partially the pissing in the wind thing. You know, like, we're trying to save what? We're trying to save our landfill. You know, like, our trash isn't ending up in the ocean. That's the case, right? I can tell you every other place in the country I go to, it's you know, there's no comparison. We live the conservation lifestyle, even though our level of recycling is very low. You know, our citizens who live here are concerned about these things, and we care a hell of a lot more than everybody else in the country. And that's part of the thing about, you know, what good is forcing our restaurants to not use the plastic fork, what good is gonna come of that? Other
A
than the
lot,
restaurant.
Andy.
Other
Like, I
than
think that's the easy
restaurant- Hang on
part.
a second, I disagree. I think the restaurants are just basically, as Andy was saying, are gonna look at us being like, they're gonna regulate us into submission, into not being able to conduct business. How
But
about?
in
you
reality,
ask
we're
them
saving
first?
them money.
We're not putting anybody
We're
out of
not saving
business.
them money.
Of course
We're
we
not
are.
saving them money.
If they buy a tenth of the forks and spoons and knives, they're saving money.
But I mean, like, I have people coming in that get cinnamon rolls that you have to eat with a fork.
And you can give them one.
So, I know,
if they
I'm gonna
ask
have to, I know, but someday I'm gonna have
So-
to find a better fork.
So my
And so,
answer
wait
here.
a second, regulation that's saying that you
No.
have to ask for it, especially when people are coming from all over the country and coming here and then going and getting food and then going home and being like, they didn't give me anything. I can't even eat this because they're staying in a hotel or something, right? Not everybody's in a short-term rental with a full kitchen and everything, this all doesn't align, and like.
I think you answered my question perfectly. It's the people who are coming here that are our problem that we are trying to address. Like locally, we do phenomenally. We call, we order, we're like, we don't need that stuff. I got it at home. I'm gonna bring my own Tupperware, which don't tell the health department you were doing that. That'd probably
Yeah,
not
that
go well, but, or that somebody helped you with it. But it's not, we're not doing this for us, and there's no goal of putting small business out of business. It's because we have millions of tourists come through Frisco every single year who aren't doing their part, and their impact to our community and our environment is astronomical compared to the people who live here. And that's why we need these regulations for Liz or for anybody else to say, hey, this cinnamon roll is delicious. Do you want a fork for that? Because it's going to be hard to eat. And they'll be like, that'd be great. Or nope, I'm heading home. I'm all set. Or, hey, we've got great water. We don't need you to buy 30 cases of 12-ounce water bottles. Buy a gallon and refill a water bottle at home or drink from the tap. We're not trying to change the use of the people who live in this community. It's the million who come visit who have the biggest impact. And any of these things that we're doing, I think if we do them right, have very, very little overall impact on the businesses, and particularly a financial one. If anything, it's a benefit to those businesses. So I don't see how this is pissing in the wind or whatever else. This is truly making a statement to those people who come here and say, this is our community. It's on the edge of not being able to hold up to what you all do when you come to visit. So this is a step we have to take to help create longevity. So 30 years from now, when people are coming to visit, it still looks the same. And it's still a beautiful
Putting the
place and our
onus
values
on
are
the
clear.
businesses. This is putting the onus on the businesses. It'd be
How?
one thing if we did an educational campaign and put a placard on every front desk of every restaurant and said, please ask not to take your utensils
So
or something
Where's
like
the
that.
onus?
I just came back from Seattle a couple weeks ago. Seattle, you have to ask, and when you order like through whatever, Grubhub or whatever it is, there's a box that you check if you want to have the utensils. And the one time that I ordered from the hotel, and I did check that box and it still came without the utensils, I went down to the front desk and they had them. Like, it's just, I just don't see it as being that huge a deal, and it is gonna save businesses money because they're going to give away less stuff that's not even being used.
Hey, where I stay, they don't even have toothpaste, so.
And then just, this is what I have always told my kids in raising them. I think you do the right thing because it's the right thing to do regardless of what other people are doing. You just do the right thing. And I think we need to.
Us forcing our small businesses to do the right thing instead of just focusing on like Walmart and Safeway and.
But
Whole
it's
Foods is
forcing them
only
to
going
not,
to affect those businesses. Like go
it's
talk to the
forcing them to
businesses
not have as much, not give away as much plastic though.
at some point, at some point. You know,
I can see this for the skip the stuff, but when we get into plastic beverage containers, it's gonna be.
We're not going there.
I know, but I'm
We're not
afraid
going there with
this
this
momentum will
conversation.
just slide in that.
But if you can give away fewer forks and knives, isn't that a good thing for your business?
Well,
It'll
sure.
cost you less.
Well, yeah, of course, but I don't know.
What if you are a business owner and you fundamentally believe that everybody leaving, like the Chinese food place, everybody leaving should be fully set up to eat my food directly as they walk out that door? You know,
They
like,
shouldn't be eating in their car while they're driving.
so now
I mean-
we're forcing that as well. And
I
besides,
save all that.
who is actually
Yeah,
going to enforce these regulations?
Well, we've got, if you want to go through enforcement, you can look at our books. We're pretty good at not enforcing a ton of things that are on the books. So
Yeah,
we've
so
got
like,
the
let's
long
just
history
create
of
more.
that. So,
Let's just create
and
more.
that goes back to the bar
regulations.
owner saying, my customers want to be able to smoke cigarettes and drink whiskey.
Right.
Why are you telling me they can't smoke cigarettes in my bar? Because there was a public community detriment to having people smoking inside, and we addressed it. There's a detriment to plastics throughout our world. We're addressing it. Yeah, are we a small step? Sure. Is it a huge comparison to compare tobacco to plastics? For me, no, but others might think it's extreme. So I think looking at the time, love to get to hone in on this for Hillary's sake and staff's sake. Round the room, kind of just on the skip the stuff, make it so you have to ask, and we're not regulating what it is at this point. Where is everybody? I'm all for just asking. I don't think.
I'm for it.
Okay. Contents of, do you want to go to a contents of what those forks and things are or not at this point?
What do you mean, like specifying exactly what?
Yeah.
What would it be?
Wait, I'm
besides
sorry, I don't
forks,
understand
not
the question.
forks,
Well, I
not-
think I think it might have just been something I was reading in one of the draft ordinances we had was just like, they had plastic forks is like, they've got to be the little
Oh,
wood thing.
Like
I'm
it
not,
lifts out what.
yeah, I'm not there yet.
Where it is.
Yeah, material, I'm not into a material,
Does it include
no,
utensil, napkins, condiments, like,
yeah,
yeah, I wouldn't go to like what
No.
material the forks are made of
Yeah.
at this point. Right. That's-
yeah. I
We're
just want
not
to make sure.
Just, yeah, just.
I'm supportive of skip the stuff.
Cool, thanks. Andy?
I'm supportive of skip the stuff, but I also feel like, we're talking about the smallest stuff that really just affects particular businesses, some more than others. Just like, if we're gonna talk about plastics and we're gonna end up talking about straws, it's like, it basically means nothing in the overall deal. So I really don't agree. And I'm an environmentalist, and I don't agree with this tact to get there.
We're still supporting skip the stuff at this point.
I'll support skip the stuff.
I'm supportive of moving it forward and look forward to getting a lot of takeout food and talking to restaurant owners and trying to understand why they do it, why they would oppose this.
Yep.
So.
Homework, everybody needs to order out.
Yes.
Cool, looking at the, got that on the skip the stuff. So the water bottle portion of this. Yeah, sorry. I'm sorry. Skip.
I'm
I didn't mean to skip your,
skip the stuff.
I skipped your stuff. I'm sorry.
I'm supportive of the skip the stuff.
Cool. Sorry about that. I apologize.
If you want to say what specific items are included in that, or?
Napkins, utensils, condiments. And simple kind of what comes.
And straws.
And straws.
And straws.
There's about 40 restaurants and you got a little work to do.
Mhm.
I'm gonna miss the next meeting. So. Build the base.
Good. Yep.
And Hillary, if you find there's some other thing that we've forgotten.
Yep. Go in the ordinance and we're gonna be discussing. So now my big one, and that's the 12 ounce water bottle. And to be clear, on my perspective, I'm only talking water. I'm not going to where our neighbors down the road went.
And then came back.
I admire it, but they
They
didn't
went
come
to
back.
the edge and then they came back.
Yeah, the view looked a little dicey, so, but ideally what I would love and what I would like to see this ordinance say is that anything less than a gallon, if it's just water, you can't sell it in a plastic container. Right, like a gallon of water is something where if people have a fear of drinking tap water when they come on vacation, they're staying in a hotel, they're renting a short-term rental, whatever it may be, they can go to Safeway, they can buy 5 gallons of water and adequately keep their family hydrated. If they refuse to drink out of our tap and refill water bottles, do whatever else they can. And if they're on the road and they're passing through and they're filling up a 7-Eleven and they're driving west to go mountain biking or whatever else it is, 7-Eleven will have, A, they already have water at all the spigots at the soda fountain, and B, they can supply water in any number of aluminum cans in any number of volume. So we're not taking away something that exists already. We're just taking away one product that is detrimental, as I said, to this community. So that would be my goal, is a gallon or less if it's water, can't be in plastic.
For that.
I'm interested to see what, Liz's perspective is of that. I know she's already made the change for this. And is this not, like Hillary, I thought this was actually if you had less than 2 locations, it wouldn't affect you.
Nope, the state ordinance did not say anything about
Just
water
bags.
bottles.
Nope.
Just bags and styrofoam. Polystyrene.
But, I mean, again, and I'm not trying to, I support what you're saying, Hunter, but that's not to say that this ordinance couldn't carve that out, right? Thank you.
I don't know, I'd like to see maybe some sort of educational outreach for this stuff. If, I don't know, I already sell water in aluminum cans, and then people are like, $4 or $5. And then they come to me and they say, can I have a glass of water? And like, what am I supposed to do? I'm giving them a plastic cup anyway. Do you know what I mean? Now, we have reusable cups that you can use, but some people don't want to use those. They want a big cup, and so I need to figure out how big of a water trough do I need for people that need free water? I looked up. I'm just,
Should serve it out.
no, people but people will literally fill their whole water bottle from the jug, and I'm like, you can just come back to the counter and go to the sink, but it's, we fill that thing nonstop, and we have these little cups that are washable and reusable, and they disappear, or we just go through them and then we don't have any, and then people are asking for cups. That's my own problem, but we do sell bottles of water in aluminum cans. We made that switch probably a year ago.
Didn't we talk about possibly supplying places like this with water bottles?
We have them. It was part of the long-term strategy of, yeah.
Yeah. It would be,
talk about that?
it'd be a cool way to present people with the idea,
Yeah.
in case they don't quite, I don't know. It's,
When I go on these Red Cross events, it makes me crazy how much effort is put into bringing cases of water into markets that have perfectly good water. So I can't argue against this, but I'm not sure I'm ready to say this is a great idea, only because of what I don't know. And what I don't know, I did an anecdotal study yesterday at Walmart and Safeway, and I talked to the people who had 2 and 3 and 4 cases of water in their shopping carts. And again, this is anecdotal, but every one of them was from somewhere else, and they never drink tap water. So this is a cultural problem of people coming here that if I agree, Hunter. Gallons are better than 12 ounces, but the be all end all of this isn't just depriving people of the way that they live in their homes. And so I don't know how to get to the next stage. And I just pulled up, because I saw the article yesterday, we are in the exact wrong time right now, because the PFAS regulations are about to come out, and we're going to have half the country, if not most of it, scared of tap water for the next who knows how long, because of the PFAS headlines.
There's PFAS in this drinking water, in the bottled water.
But
Right, so completely from the thing, but it's a bigger problem than plastic.
logic.
Yeah.
I'm implying reality, which is people, if we're gonna mandate that people utilize our tap water as their alternative, we have to address that as a very big part of this conversation, because we're fighting culture. We're not fighting for environmentalism, we're fighting against the culture of so many of our visitors. So that doesn't mean I think this is a great idea. I want this to happen. But I also don't want the blowback in a way that we're not prepared for. So that's my view, is this is not about passing an ordinance. This is about a marketing campaign that Frisco, that Summit County, especially if Breck passes theirs, we have water to drink out of the taps is as safe or safer than bottled water. So my view is I want to see a comprehensive package, not an ordinance.
That sounds nice.
We do have better water than everyone else in the country, but they come from all these places where they literally don't drink their water and they literally drink 12-ounce bottles of water all day long. And that's how they live. And, you know, again, I lean on, yeah, our people can serve fine, but you're talking a marketing campaign beyond regulation. That's what I think.
When you guys brought up pay as you throw, it came as a package. You know, we're not just changing the way you do trash. We're doing this, that, and the other to make it so that you are aware that you're doing trash this way. So, like I said, I want to get these bottles out of the system, but.
So if it came along with a heavy marketing campaign.
I'm not sure, yeah, I'm not sure what that looks like. I don't think it's our job at this
So
moment.
at every water fountain in DIA, we have a sign that says this water started in Frisco and has already been used by 40 other people. Come on up to
Really good billboard space down there.
Yep.
You could.
We tried to actually sponsor a water bottle fill station outside of CME at long ago.
I don't know what Coors water, where it comes from or how they do it, but they did a marketing campaign that we all believe that their water is special and wonderful.
But we all still used it first.
And they are right down the road from Rocky Mountain Arsenal.
Yeah, but I think that's it. Andy, I'm all about that. Like, I think, you know, we tried to start a water campaign in the advertising part, and I think we do step it up, but we're still not stopping that family who never drinks tap water from drinking if they buy it by the gallon versus buying it by the 12-ounce. So that's my goal, is like, is there a culture fight here? Maybe.
And I have the same fight with Red Cross. Why are we giving away 24 bottles when we could give away 4 and it has the same amount of water in it if we have to give
So we
away?
can start that fight here and then you can take it to Red Cross.
And I understand that there's a cultural problem. We had this discussion with some businesses in Breckenridge today, and one of the comments was, if given the choice, you know, there's this convenience factor or whatever. If given the choice, somebody chooses the water bottle over the water refill station. And that particular business also said that water bottles were their #1 retail sales. And that's now come up several times. So that's also a problem. But I asked the question, I said, what would it take, given that it is your #1 retail sales, to eliminate that and provide free water? So exactly your question, right? You could either sell it, like, please buy my water, or you could offer it. And I think that as long as there's still a choice of a plastic water bottle, that culture is going to drive people to always have that plastic water bottle. But we have a culture too. So why are we protecting the culture of our visitors and not the culture of our community and our particular goals? So while we might be small, I don't understand why. I mean, we cater to our visitors on everything. And I don't understand why we need to accommodate for all of these other behavior types, if that's not how we want people to act here. And so if we continue to provide that choice, it's always going to work to our disadvantage. And that cost burden goes from the cost burden of eliminating a plastic water bottle might be on a local business. And that's real, and that needs to be considered. But the social cost of plastic pollution is hundreds of billions of dollars. And while we don't think that we have plastic pollution here, we do. And we are the headwaters of 7 states. Like, this is a big deal. And while it might not be dumps of plastic in our backyard, like you see in the movies or in National Geographic or whatever, like this is a significant problem. And I don't think we talk enough about the social cost and the health problems that come from plastic. And so I'm all in trying to protect our local culture, even if there might be a shift in the cost burden, because it's not creating new costs. It's just shifting the cost to the people who are actually producing and selling it, and then also using it.
So I guess I have a question just off the top of my head, like we have the nicotine tax. Why don't we just make bottled water super expensive? I'm just saying, because I don't want to part of me is like a worry that somebody's not going to have water.
But we're not getting rid of bottled water.
No, I know.
Just the container it comes in, like
But it
that's
doesn't
the,
even have to be a big container. They could, the small ones that you have, they can buy those
buy the caseload.
for a lot more money. Yeah, buy 3 cases of that for your vacation. It's just gonna cost you more, just like taxing plastic would, but we don't have to
We're-
actually have the
The
plastic.
only thing I'm proposing to get rid of is the plastic water bottle, nothing else. Not water, not the ability to buy 12 ounces of water, just the one specific container it comes in when there are many other opportunities and options.
I'm
that
scared.
exist.
It's a big deal.
It is.
It's worth being scared about
Okay.
because of the potential for the blowback. And I don't think that we have to, I don't remember the term you used,
Wish recycle?
the other, no, what we do
That was
to
new.
the other culture. But I think we have to respect it. That is people are gonna come here and they're gonna be surprised by this.
That's why I think a huge marketing campaign associated with it
It's
is
a big
great.
deal, but you know, the downside is to those companies that have currently removed 10% of their products in their retail establishments so that they can put alcohol in there.
Mhm.
You know, that's part of the industry.
Don't you wish you had the Franzia account now, or what, Carlo Rossi?
Gallo.
Gallows.
Yeah.
All I saw it too.
We have the same fear with eliminating plastic bags.
Yep.
People need them, they use them, they come from a community that's the only thing that they
Are they
know.
gonna get their groceries
and,
home?
Like,
People adjust.
we survived.
And you know, the people who come back every year, they might not like it this year. And maybe next year they stop somewhere on 70 on their way up and buy their plastic water bottles. And there's nothing we can do about that if they're that opposed to it.
I'd be interested, Cape, in a classic 5 minutes of internet research. Cape Cod seems to be the poster child of this. Is that, am I?
So they are the poster child of citizen-driven recall, actually.
Oh, really?
So I'm not sure I want to have this discussion.
When I did, they were the first, and it's a large tourist area that eliminated water bottles.
Yeah, so Cape Cod was a Sierra Club driven sort of regional campaign, and they got 9 jurisdictions to adopt the same regulations. And now I think 4, maybe 6 might have the question to repeal it on the ballot. Nantucket is one that has done it. South Lake Tahoe. Nantucket's might be one of the older ones in terms of a tourist town, actually. But South Lake Tahoe and Telluride are now ones to watch, certainly, because they're becoming effective here really soon. But yeah, Cape Cod, they have had challenges, and I don't know the details of what's driving that. I'm not sure the motivation enough to talk about it, but half of the communities that did it are now faced with potential, not recall, repeal.
Referendum.
Repeal of the regulations, sorry, not recall, yeah.
Sorry, they didn't put that in
In the new.
the 5 minute research. About that, I was looking.
But it was interesting because that one was a regional approach, so similar to what we attempted with pay as you throw to do a regional approach.
Well, honestly, if we do this and Breck does this,
It's,
you're down to
yeah,
so City Market and Dillon.
Yep.
That's the main target.
No. And yeah,
being that we have Walmart, Safeway, Whole Foods, Vitamin Cottage, that's the biggest one. Have we even talked to we did get this letter from, I think it was Jocelyn. And I think that got spread around, maybe that's the wrong name. But that was, from the bottling companies. Against.
I thought she was misguided and I actually responded to her to say she was seemingly going after the previous version of the Breckenridge ordinance, which included all plastics, not plastic water bottle.
Yep.
So.
Yeah.
Yeah, they are not involved with just water.
Yeah.
Water.
Yeah.
So.
Although they did propose, related to this again gets at what the producers of this packaging are what their goals are. They did propose on the water bottle side an amendment to allow for bottles that are made from 100% recycled content. And she did give me a list of what those products are. So basically half of their water products would apply, half of them would be exempt. So there is a level of water bottle negotiating that they want to throw in there too.
Interesting is Nestle on the
Can I raise one other, which in the proposal was kind of, and I didn't fully understand it, so it's much of a question. If the ordinance will be enacted, assuming if it's enacted, will be relatively soon. The effective date is down the road, but there was a provision in there that something about plastic water bottles will not be allowed in the town.
So what I meant by that was within town facilities. So if we have an event here at town hall, we're not offering people plastic water bottles.
Okay, but if I want to buy a plastic water bottle at Target and bring it to the Thursday night concert,
Sure.
that's.
Yeah, we're not selling them.
We're just.
Nobody's gonna arrest you for it.
It was unclear.
We already have guidelines as well when you rent a space from us that says like, please try to use other options besides plastic water bottles. And that, we could include that as well. It could say like, do not bring plastic water bottles if you rent the pavilion at the park. Or we could just keep it as a guideline. Please use other options. There's a water bottle filling station.
I would not go as far as to say you are not allowed to bring anything to.
It'd be impossible to very hard to.
Fully agree, Andy.
We were joking about like, instead of writing tickets, you hand them a water bottle. That's your, but.
Look at them funny.
Yeah.
The music stops.
Really.
Liz, were you gonna say something and I want to kind of wrap this up?
Because we're talking about this a lot, I'm just curious about an environmental fit for all of our town stuff. Like I would like to see the plastic Easter eggs go away. I would like the sleds to go away. Like, I'm just saying it would be important if we walk the talk and we don't, the Easter egg hunt, it's fun and everything, but it's just a lot of.
Totally agree. I don't know what they did, but they had Easter eggs before they had plastic.
Yeah.
I just don't know what that event could look like in a different way.
So we're.
It's be an important thing to look at because if people are like change and be like, here's how we've changed.
Yep.
And it's a recent example of things that we've done to like.
I'm sorry, I know you want to, I do know that they have tried before to have the Easter eggs that like the kids are supposed to put it back into a container and they get sent back to the company and obviously none of the kids put them in.
We do reuse ours.
I know, but it's just the.
Did you not see the 5 cases?
Yeah, so those are new, they're reused, right? Oh, those are brand new.
Big eggs every year, period. I'm just saying you need to reuse the product. Like, we're not sending a very good message, is all I'm saying.
And what we do with them.
I mean.
So they are.
We're here. I second what Liz is saying there.
Go for it. What are we doing?
So those are all the ones that are collected from the event do get donated to someone who is reusing them again afterwards. They are not reused within the town, but they are continuing to be used as Easter eggs elsewhere.
Where do they go?
It's a good question for Zane. I will follow up with him. I can't remember. He told me last year.
Because it's the same thing with plastic water bottles. We recycle them. I send it to the recycling center, so it goes somewhere better.
It's,
You know, it's just that
reuse and recycling
plastic
are a
in
little
there.
bit different. So if it's getting reused, you're not having to use the energy to melt it down and create into that product again.
I know, but
It is slightly better than being recycled. I agree that it would be great if we had something that we could perpetually reuse. Although I am not sure who's gonna sign up to fill that many Easter eggs with candy. But I think that's honestly been one of the major issues with the Easter eggs.
filling
Again,
them or the.
the filling.
I just don't know why we don't.
So I do, 100% agree with what you're saying, but to me, it's not a correlation because there is an alternative to get 12 ounces of water to drinking driving down I-70. Right now, I haven't seen a good non-plastic sled or a good non-plastic pre-filled with candy Easter egg.
What about-
I totally agree. Like I would love,
There's something that you rent.
and I can see the headline tomorrow that Frisco's canceling Easter and sledding because so if you can, but until it goes back to your thing, until there's a viable alternative, I don't want to go there. Right now, there's a viable alternative to 12 ounces of water. So let's go there. And let's go there hard. And make
I
that
kind of want to
stance.
go both places at once then.
And we can do that
Like,
too,
to
yeah.
me, I don't.
I have a sled idea for you that we can. talk
But
about.
let's do it. But I think it's like, I'm great. And I think having that audit would be good.
I just think if
Where
we're
can
gonna
you-
do it, let's do it.
Yeah.
Like, figure out a new Easter event. I don't know what it would be. Maybe you find, I don't know.
Yeah, this is the time to have that conversation. Like that's what work session's for. So staff is hearing.
I just
Yeah.
feel kind of like a hypocrite. Personally, like if I'm gonna not say that, like I just feel like if we're gonna have all this other plastic, what's the big deal?
Yeah, and that's where I feel better about it, is because we can do something about it, so. So we're working on support to bring this back with a good marketing package is included to it. For ordinance on a
I like
gallon or
that.
less.
But let's look at alternatives to these events and these things, this plastic, like, I feel like we need to show up and say, we're doing it too, and whether we need to change the
We
way
should
we
put
do.
another environmental sustainability person on staff.
Agreed.
We got one coming, I think we're.
Yep.
I saw it. Good play. We're gonna, we're now.
Almost.
Okay.
We're really there.
Anything else you need?
Okay, so can we just like go
Yeah,
over really
rehash.
quickly what
So,
you're asking me to do?
Ordinance on the plastic water bottle, gallon or less,
Skip the stuff.
skip the stuff, the napkins, condiments, utensils, straws, and
Okay,
skip the stuff.
and the things that were immediate in terms of the within town facilities, is that, yes?
Yes.
Yes.
The next one, put a regulation on ourselves.
Yeah.
Yeah, and what Liz is.
I don't want to, we're already doing it.
I mean,
Yeah.
I want to do something there.
Marketing campaign regarding our water.
Yeah.
Yep, and the biggest thing you can say is we use it first, because.
It's on the water,
That
absolutely.
is absolutely true. We use it first.
The original design on the water bottles was a little different as to what that hiker was doing, but. Yeah. Is that clear?
Yeah,
for you, Heather?
that's great, thank you.
Anything else before we go grab dinner? Great discussion. Thanks, Andy.
Good job.
Yeah.
Thank you, everyone. It's great.
Easy.
Last day. I'm gathering myself right out of this. Whenever that time comes. We got, no, we got. So you see this in my hand.
It's cause for panic.
Yeah.
Temper the rhetoric.
Yeah. We're just waiting on Andrew to come back and we'll get rolling. Stacy, we're close enough on your side. Thank you. And that was really good.
Yeah.
You
this is
can
good.
hear me?
So good.
Hello, hello, you guys can hear me? Can you hear me? Anyone? Bueller?
I'll be here all night.
Bueller? Hey Hunter, can you hear me?
Way to pressure me, John. Thank you. Yeah, I'm good. Yep, he's already got my notes on this. Are we waiting? You were delaying the departure of this train, sir.
My apologies to all the people who are online and present.
What's your bet with your wife? Get out of here.
Good evening, everyone. A little bit after 7 o'clock, I'd like to call to order the regular meeting of the Frisco Town Council. Can I have a roll call, please?
Here. Held.
Here,
Believe he is remote. Let's see.
here, can you hear me?
Yeah, it's
Barely.
fake, but we hear you, Andy.
Speakers in just a sec, but Held is here. He's online. Palenko. Here.
Here.
Check Adrian. Here. Aronson.
Thank you so much. First item on this evening's agenda is public comment. Anyone wishing to make a public comment for anything not pertaining to this evening's agenda may do so now. Please state your name and address for the record. Be topic specific and keep your comments to no longer than 3 minutes. If you are online, you can unmute yourself and raise your hand and I'll call on you. If you're in chambers, you can approach the dais. When wishing to make public comment, you can do so now. Is we seeing any public comment?
I'm sorry, this.
Yep, public comment. Come on up.
Guys.
Yeah, and did you catch the name for the record and address in 3 minutes, no longer, please? And
I talk fast. And I'm glad it's recorded because this is what happened to me. I think y'all know me or some know me, but maybe you don't. Anyways, I've been here a long time and I've had problems in the past when I built my building. Okay. Went through craziness. I get real sentimental. So I'm like, I've never done this before, but I've never been in so much trouble and beaten up in my life. And I've done a lot of things. Okay. And I'm just saying, I have this shipping container. And what's going to happen, what I have to do is I have to go really public with it really fast. Okay. And if you guys want to save it, cool. If you don't, it's a matter of money or whatever. I'm over money. But I make a lot of people happy. A lot of pictures, just as much as the clock or the museum. And I'm not giving up. So the minute you move it, I put another one in now that I know what to do because the judge at the last thing said, put wheels under it. I spent $2,000 to put wheels under it. And then the town, because I learned a lot and this is a lot of revenge going on here and I'm not going to get into it because I only have 3 minutes. But now that I'm not going to cry, I am going to fight. Okay. And it's going to be useless because I'm going to move another one in there just like it. I'm taking everything off it. You're going to get it at a fire sale and it's going to be front page of the paper. It's going to be on the radio. I'm going to picket it and I'm going to get a petition from every town person because I have character and I make it my life every day. And if you want to beat me up like this, you don't want to work it out, very simple, then I'll do the work because that's all I do, work on my house. And I'm not a trust funder. And some people are jealous, some people, I don't know where people are coming from, but I'm over it. I live in this town. Thank you. I like here, not live here. Thank you.
Else wishing to make public comment this evening? Seeing anyone online,
We know what we're talking about.
any online or anyone else in chambers, and I will close public comment this time into mayor and council comments.
Just want to say, hopefully this is happier. Thank you to the folks at the adventure park and the Tubing Hill. My daughter turned 5 and had her birthday at the Frisco Day Lodge, and it was great. It made her day. Staff was very accommodating. We had a lot of people in there, gave me renewed appreciation for the importance of Slopeside Hall and being able to accommodate our youth programs that are there. Because that place was packed and people enjoyed being there, but it was definitely a space that was well loved and very crowded. And I think that there's huge opportunity out there at the Tubing Hill, but just thank you for making her day very special. And I have some renewed enthusiasm for seeing that project all the way through. So thank you.
I just would like to add something.
Is that
Andy?
Sorry, Andy, go ahead, but we're working on the volume, so we might need you to repeat yourself in a second, but go ahead.
He needs to unmute.
Yeah, there you go. Can you hear me now?
Oh, it's your radio. Oh, it sounded like, never mind, Andy. Jeff's throwing his voice around the room. Go ahead, Andrew.
I just, for the amount of time we just spent on environmental issues, and we have the largest retailer in the world in our community who did more than we've ever asked for. And I think there's an opportunity to support Walmart. It sounds really odd to say that, but they've banned or they've eliminated plastic and paper bags, and somewhere along the line, I don't know if you call it a guide or a resolution, a certificate, something where we as the town who wants to further those values lets them know, even though they're the behemoth of the world, that what they've done is a good thing and we like it. So I'm not sure what it looks like, but I'd like to pursue that in some fashion because they deserve it.
Appreciation from us presented to their manager would be great. I'd be for that. Thank you.
I will pipe in.
I'd give some updates. We had a great mayors and managers last Thursday. FERC presented again a lot of what we saw with the Soul Center discussion we had at the last meeting, but just reiterated to all of the municipalities in the county what they're up to, and it's always impressive what FERC is doing. On the legislative front at the state level, I would say that we also want to still continue to keep our eyes out. The group working on mandating that all outdoor recreation that comes through municipalities be ADA accessible is still moving forward. Doesn't seem like there's too much open opposition at this time, and while I don't disagree with what they're working on, I think the impacts aren't the intent of the plan, and could pretty much take our trails plan and make it not doable. So I think something to keep an eye on. Look at writing a letter or doing more as a body in opposition to that if it continues any further. And I think if you haven't seen Senator Hickenlooper and Senator Bennett both met with Joy from the post office, and they were very unsatisfied here and read about that meeting and how that's going. So again, if we hear more issues within our community, I think right now we're in a really lucky spot. Our post office seems to be semi-functional, but there's still, I know a lot of people would love us to jump on board of the lawsuit that Dylan Silverthorne, Chris Steamboat, and others are on. Was there anything else, mayors and managers?
I've got one other comment. Can you hear me, Hunter?
Yep, 1 second, Andy. I'm just gonna see if I missed anything else from the mayors and managers, and then I'll. Okay, great. Yep, Andy, go ahead. That's all I had.
Great. Okay, first, Hunter, I could not hear you at all. Please talk into the mic, you guys. And then I just wanted to make a comment that was Bob Kessler. He did not say his name. I don't know his address. It's about his issue with his trailer. That's all. Thank you.
Thanks. Ooh, there, that's working. Here at least. Any additional staff updates that weren't in the packet? Staff's all good. All right. Excuse me. Next up this evening is the consent agenda.
Mr. Mayor. I don't know about these mics, you guys. Mr. Mayor, I move the approval of the consent agenda.
Move to approve the consent agenda by Councilmember Burley. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Scripsack. Adrian, is there any discussion on the motion? Call the question, please.
Sorry, I was messing with the mic.
That's all right.
Andy, can you hear us for the consent?
Oh, I could hear,
agenda?
I couldn't hear what you said, but I'm here, yes.
Held,
Yes.
Yes.
Palenko. Yeah. Incan,
Yes.
Mortensen,
Yes.
Adrian. Yes. Aronson,
Yes.
Burley. Yes.
Consent agenda passes. Next up on this evening's agenda under new business, this is agenda item number 1. This is first reading of ordinance 23-09 amendments of chapter 180 Town of Codes, Unified Development Code. I'll open the public hearing and turn it over to planning department, rolling up in mass. Awesome.
All right, thank you, Mayor and members of the council. To start off, would you like me to read the each ordinance section that's being proposed to be amended for the record?
No, I think we just do a quick overview or pertinent points. Motion.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, hi, it's Emily.
Yep, thanks, Emily.
Can you get this? Yep.
Perfect, thank you.
Yep. Can try it.
All right, so once again, we are here tonight to talk about proposed UDC text amendments. Tonight will be the first reading. As you are aware, the town council held a work session on February 28th to discuss the proposed UDC text amendments. These amendments include modifications to construction timelines and management, development standards, snow storage, lot coverage, and specific uses in the use table. The proposed text amendments were vetted through the Planning Commission through multiple meetings, and ultimately this led to the Planning Commission recommending approval of the proposed UDC amendments to Town Council at their January 19th meeting. So back to the work session that we had a few weeks ago, Council discussed some of the proposed amendments in further detail. So I've provided an overview of those chapters that had a little bit more discussion and then the result of that discussion. Starting with fences and walls, this chapter in the UDC outlines our fences and walls regulations, and the proposed text amendments are really just adding a subsection on construction fencing and specific regulations for that. So among the discussion at the work session, Council generally agreed that there should be language to prohibit inactive construction sites and to have higher standards on construction fencing along Main Street. However, in the end, it was suggested that this language be included in future code updates. And so staff did look at amending the proposed text amendments that you see in front of you today, and that was in your packet. However, staff determined that more research would be needed and required prior to making any significant changes to this proposed text. So for now, staff will be able to use this proposed amendment without any changes from what you saw at the work session, along with our internal processes to enforce construction fencing, and really using this as a start, and then hopefully having future steps. And then we have lot coverage. So at the work session, the discussion with council really focused on the paved versus impervious. So as a result of that, staff has removed that language from the lot coverage definition and really hoping to focus just on the specific objects or improvements that are included in lot coverage calculation, and hopefully resolve any confusion on what is or is not considered impervious. And so from the work session, this is the only proposed change or modification from what you saw in your packet a few weeks ago to what you have in front of you today. So with that, staff and the Planning Commission recommends approval of the proposed UDC text amendments. I'm here to answer any questions that you may have. If you want to talk about any of the changes in further detail, I'm also happy to go over that.
Thank you, I appreciate that. Any specific questions around the updates for staff? Open it up for public comment. Anyone wishing to make public comment on this particular agenda item may do so now. If you're online, you can raise your hand, unmute, we'll call on you. None online and no one in chambers. I'll close public comment and back to council discussion. And Thad, to clarify, what do you need us to say? Yeah.
If you would read the title of the ordinance for the motion, it only needs to be done once between first and second reading.
As written on the agenda.
No, as written in the ordinance. I don't think the full title is on the agenda.
I understand. Okay.
Mhm.
Do
Ordinance.
you need the full title?
We have it.
Nope, I got it. Okay. Oh, fun. This is as good as, yeah, okay.
Here, enjoy. Any other discussion? I think it's been a great process. I like the way this has come through so far. It seems, thank you. Planning Commission back and forth. It's been great. I got,
Anyone else want to read this?
you got it up.
Mr. Mayor, I move the approval of ordinance 23-09, an ordinance amending chapter 180 of the Code of Ordinances of the Town of Frisco concerning the Unified Development Code by amending section 180.2.2 concerning table 2-1, summary of review procedures, and subsection 182.3.10 concerning lapse of approval, and subsection 182.5.1 concerning conditional uses, and section 182.5.2 concerning site plan review, and section 183.4 concerning residential traditional neighborhood district, and section 183.8 concerning gateway district, subsection 185.1.5 concerning table of allowed uses, and subsection 186.13.7 concerning snow storage areas, and section 186.15 concerning snow storage and snow shedding, and section 186.18 concerning fences and walls. And section, there's a typo there, 186.21 concerning non-residential development standards, and section 189.3 concerning general.
Approved by Councilmember Burley. Is there a second? Second by Councilmember Hlinko. Any discussion on the motion? Call the question, please.
Malenko? Yes. Incan,
Yes.
Mortensen,
Yes.
Adrian? Yes. Aronson,
Yes.
Burley?
Yes.
Held.
Yes.
You guys get that?
Passes.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you.
Next up this evening is under old business. This is agenda item number 2. This is the second reading of ordinance 23-06, making supplemental appropriations for the 2022 town budget. Public hearing. Welcome, Leslie, good to see you.
Thank you, Leslie Edwards, Finance Director. Happy Pi Day to everybody. I hope that you celebrated properly. We can have contests later to see how many digits we can all say. But this ordinance, if passed, or these two ordinances if passed, would adopt some supplemental appropriations to the 2022 budget, and then separately a second ordinance to the 2023 budget. These appropriations were discussed last time at the first reading. We do have just a few changes which were mentioned at the first reading, but I'd like to highlight in the Marina Fund, the rescue boat is in there for $100,000 appropriation. And then there are 2 appropriations to the Nicotine Fund one for $80,000 to the Summit County Preschool, and one for $100,000 for the Soul Center Construction Grant. I'm happy to address any questions.
Questions? None. I'll open up for public comment. Anyone wishing to make a public comment on this agenda item? Online, seeing none online or none in chambers, I'll close public comment, back to council discussion. And some money.
Anyways,
We got
All
this.
right.
We can move.
yeah, well, sorry, I probably asked this last time too. Can I do them both at the same time?
We should.
Separate
open
them.
it up, yeah.
Okay, all right, so, Mr. Mayor, I move that we approve agenda item number 2 on second reading, ordinance 23-06.
Move to approve by Councilmember Burley. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by. I think Councilmember Held online seconded that one. Thank you, Andy. We heard you. Any discussion on the motion? Call the question, please.
Incan,
Yes.
Mortensen,
Yes.
Skrupcheck, Adrian. Yes. Aaronson,
Yes.
Burley,
Yes.
Held,
Yes.
Palenko. Yes.
Motion passes. Next item is agenda item number 3. This is second reading ordinance 23-07, making supplemental appropriations for the 2023 town budget. Open up public hearing. Back to Leslie.
I didn't really have anything else to add. I
Great.
felt like I covered it.
Any questions? Anyone wishing to make public comment on agenda item number 3, second reading ordinance 23-07, they do so now. None in chambers, none online. Close public comment, back to council.
I just say that I'm excited about, the new, 3 positions that we have included in our budget, and I look forward to how that makes everyone's, work more exciting and better.
Agreed.
All right, Mr. Mayor, I move that we approve agenda item number 3 on second reading.
Move to approve by Councilmember Burley. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Councilmember Aaronson. Any discussion on the motion? Call the question, please.
Mortensen,
Yes.
Skrupcheck, Adrian.
Yes.
Aaronson,
Yes.
Burley. Yes. Held,
Yes.
Palenko. Yes. Incan.
Yes.
Thank you, Les. Appreciate it. Next up this evening is an executive session, not to adjourn, the way the is printed somehow. You want to read us into an executive session?
Oh, come on,
please?
guys.
I'm
kidding.
You're doing great.
It's both. You can make the motion for both.
Both, okay.
Yep.
Thank you for the clarification. Mr. Mayor, I move that we move into executive session for agenda items number 4 and 5, which I will read now. An executive session pursuant to Colorado Revised Statute, section 24-6, 402, parentheses 4, parentheses A, concerning the potential sale of real property. And 24-6, 402, parentheses 4, parentheses E, to determine positions relative to matters that may be subject to negotiations, develop strategies for negotiations, and to instruct negotiators, each in connection with a potential affordable housing project. And for an executive session pursuant to Colorado Revised Statute, section 24-6, 402, parentheses 4, parentheses F, for the purpose of discussion of a personnel matter under and not involving any specific employees who have requested discussion of the matter in open session, any member of the town council, the appointment of any person to fill a vacancy on the town council, or policies that do not require the discussion of matters personal to particular employees, specifically to discuss the town manager's evaluation.
You been moved to enter into executive session. Pro Tem or Councilmember Burley, is there a second? All right, there was my slip up for the night. I'm on the record as well for messing it up, so we're all good. It's been seconded by Councilmember Alenko. Can you call the question, please?
Skrupcheck, Adrian.
Yes.
Aaronson,
Yes.
Burley,
Yes.
Held,
Yes.
Palenko.
Yeah.
Incan,
Yes.
Mortensen.
Take 5 minutes. We'll switch over for those online to join us on a different
Yep.
And then we'll get rolling.